of love, love. Got lots 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 of love, love.
quickly to point, use that Lucio speed boost to its utmost advantage, get on the point early, is going to have such an advantage if they get that first point cap. Because that first fight, which could be a minute long, is all on their time.
Yes, indeed. As we're getting into the action here, both teams speeding out, trying to look for that first advantage here. Firestrike's being traded tit for tat, but nothing coming up out of it just yet here. And it seems as though a stun onto the Rhine is going to spell disaster. Sawhill going down immediately. That one mistake was enough for the rest of Dark Mode to try to push some aggression, but they're not seeming to want to get any more extra picks or anything like that. It seems like they're just going to be settling for that here as they get first point cap.
No, they've definitely seen plays where teams have tried to reaggress over that bridge, and that Lucio just comes in because these tank passive that we count on in Overwatch 2 are gone. There's no more steadfast to keep you alive. If you get booped, you're going flying. If you're a Reinhardt or a Zen, you're going flying all the same.
Yes, indeed. So now reaggressing into the point here. While being grabbed up, they are able to find a pick onto freaking Noctis there. Super, super interesting that the Brig of all people caught out. Angelic going to be able to take the D.Va off the map, though, with a nice little boop kill. So now the grab being answered on the other side here with a Transcendence is going to mean that we're in a 5v5 situation here. But the mech being taken down means Boston's Finest are slowly dwindling, but that boop was actually far enough to keep the Zarya on the map. The super chaotic fight, but ultimately Dark Mode's going to be able to walk away with it in a bizarre fashion.
I want to point out a small microplay that happened there. Coco shooting the Graviton Surge on the top of that wall played really smart because it zoned off half the team. The Zenyatta's Transcendence is only able to heal half of them, not the other half, and it resulted in that Brig getting taken down because we've got some slowdown.
Yes, indeed. So now heading into the next one, Sawhill has already donated a Shatter, not going to find anything with it. The grab bomb combo. Oh, the slow mode as the server is just trying to handle everything that's happening. It manages to find the Zarya being traded out either side here. So now with the Transcendence, keeping everybody on Boston's Finest nice and healthy. Unfortunately, actually, I say unfortunately, but Angelic on the Lucio is deciding to turn this one single-handedly, show the damage that Lucio can do, taking the mech out as well.
What?
Boston's Finest is slowly but surely turning us off the back of the most aggressive Lucio I've ever seen in my life. So now heading forward here onto the point is going to be Boston's Finest. Can they finally get the cap coming through here as we're taking up to 99% for Dark Mode? They have more ults to their name, so you just got to be careful of exactly what they're doing. The stun up on the Derpies is going to mean that Rhine hits the floor, but not before the point caps come through. And finally, Dark, we've actually accidentally flipped slides. It is still Boston's Finest winning, despite what the top of the screen says.
Well, it's Dark Mode taking that point. And that was a really... Oh, yeah, that is Boston's Finest over on the top. We do have that name swappity swap. So like you said, Angelic really playing aggressive on this Lucio and taking out the Zarya. The Zarya getting killed is the most important pick when you think about future fights. Having that charge reset puts you at such a disadvantage, and it's the same set play.
Yes, indeed. The grab on the roof is going to be the name of the game here as both teams are now pushing in. The bomb being thrown to the backline isn't going to find a whole heck of a lot just yet, but it creates the space, and now Dark Mode going to be pushing aggressively here with this Lucio beat, trying to keep everybody nice and healthy through this. Angelic, again, going to be the one to find something first here, and it seems the server has crashed.
Sawhill's heading for space. Ooh, baby. I haven't seen that before. I did 3 games this morning, and everything went fine. We didn't have even a mention of that server code delaying the game, much less crashing, because those slowdown moments that you see, that's the workshop code going, oh, if we go at normal speed, we're going to crash workshop. So we're going to slow down and not crash workshop. It has a built-in mode to be like, oh, hey, workshop is getting a little funky. Let's not crash. And we still crashed despite that. That's an unfortunate result, especially for Boston's Finest. They were very, very close on that.
Yeah, exactly. I guess there's not really a lot of other option besides to replay that round. So we're just gonna have to
Hmm.
head right back on into it. And yeah, it's considered a bit of a mulligan. Both these teams now maybe a little bit more attuned to each other's styles, being aware of how Angelic wants to get crazy on the Lucio. In case that was the hidden weapon, it might not be as hidden anymore. But yeah, just an unfortunate little server side issue as we are looking to go back into it.
Yeah, and for Boston's finest, you have to think about how you're going to re-engage on this first attack. Like you said, it's a bit of a mulligan. It's a bit of a reset as we get those doors open. These teams now have to consider if they want to try and play for point or if they're going to try and play around this pillar for cover, and they're going to keep on the pillar.
Yes, indeed. I wonder if it'll work the same way with a stun onto Sawhill being taken down, but we will have to see more pressure being put onto Sawhill. But actually, anyhow, going to be the first one taken down. And it seems like this first fight is going to go the same exact way, just with a little bit more blood on it. Dark Mode is going to be able to take the first fight here once again.
And like we said, it's so difficult to break goats off of this point. It's so difficult to push them off that you have such an advantage for Dark Mode NA that there's really not much that Boston Finest are going to be able to do. They've pushed through such a tight choke as these rotations come through.
Yes, indeed. And now Angelic already taken down, that aggressive Lucio being punished. The server slowing down once again to sort of be able to handle exactly what's happening on it here. The bomb having to be committed from Matt Merck just to get back in the mech, but Coco's just going to clean it all up with the high charge Zarya.
And that's why this Zarya charge is so important. And that's why the snowballs happen so quickly, is because every single time that Boston Finest loses the fight, their Zarya's charge gets reset down to 0. And they come in having to go through a whole cycle of bubbles to even get their charge comparable to Coco's. So anyhow, it's at such a disadvantage in terms of ult generation, in terms of DPS, everything. It's such a hassle.
Ooh. And that's the unfortunate go button there. Sawhill just caught out by the Diva boosters, but the Lucio boot means that Marine is off the map here. The game completely slowed to a stale space to try to hang on. Don't crash again. We're begging you, server. Hold on for dear life for us. It manages to hang on pretty soundly there, but yeah, that's just another fight gone.
And as time is starting to tick away, Dark Mode with a lot more ults coming up on all 5 ults, but so on all 6 ults, getting that Overwatch 2 vernacular out of my head. So is Boston Finest. So we're gonna see some sparks fly in the last fight, but Hanbei goes down already.
Yes, indeed. And now without that, then that means no transcendence for you. Meanwhile, on the other side, Danny's more than happy to pop it here. The Rhine pinning off the map, taking the Zarya with them. I mean, that's a super interesting play, but I mean, hey, it works out for you, then it works out for you. As we're ticking above 94% here. Dark Mode, they seem to have this one on lock, unless this Diva Bomb comes up massive, but I don't think that's the case.
No, it won't, and the staggers are just going to come through. For Boston's Finest, that's really rough. 100-0 when they had so much momentum in our original round 1 is a tough pill to swallow, but they're gonna have to move on to round 2 at that disadvantage. Now going into Night Market, I'm very interested to see how these teams play around the CC and how they play around the boops that they have, because you've seen the Diva boosters play such an impact. You've seen the Brig whip shot play such a higher impact. And as well, the Lucio Soundwave, that boop, playing such a heavy impact. It's so much more than in Overwatch 2. Overwatch 1, especially on goats, it can be a deadly tool, not just to knock people off the map, but to displace the Reinhardt. In these matches where positioning is so important, having that disrupted is deadly.
Yes, indeed. Deadly indeed is also the Fire Strike coming out with Derpy here. Is going to be able to find the Brig on the other side of it here. So Darko Mode yet again taking a super aggressive fight as the map being slowed down once again to handle just the destruction that Dark Mode is putting on the server. it is going to be a one fight for them here, but not before Coco being taken out for their hubris.
And if there's one pick that you would want to get, one exit frag you want, it is taking out Coco, and they're going to take incredible advantage before Coco gets back.
Yes, indeed. Anyhow, built up that Graviton already, so able to throw it against the wall. And Sawhill's able to follow up on the damage, taking out the Lucio in the fight here. So now with the aggressive Ryan, just cleaning up the fight in a nice way. It is going to be Boston's finest getting point control.
That point control is so incredibly important. Getting that one exit frag and recognizing its importance, and then using it to its fullest. Taking out Coco and pushing forward. Now Boston's finest holding at this tight choke. Gonna struggle to push through, but they lose one.
Yes, indeed. The Shatter puts them all on their back, and that follow-up is there. But unfortunately, Karash Khan is going to have to pay with that with their life. But ultimately, the hammer swinging is simply going to be the end of this fight here, as Coco's going to get some nice cleanup as well. And it's going to be Dark Mode taking it right back.
Yeah, Dark Mode flipping this point right back. 35% is not really good for Boston's finest. They would have wanted to keep that point. They're coming in with all 6 ultimates. Dark Mode, crucially, not having any defensive ultimates. The rally, the only thing they've really got.
Yes, indeed. The server trying to hold on to all the ultimates here. It's got it. Oh, the Shatter puts them all on their back. The slow reaction. Nobody able to get out in time, so now the pin coming through. It's almost like you have to predict when the server's going to go back to normal speed. The grab now being forced out on the other side here, but I don't... Oh, with the slow-mo, can the shield get up in time? It doesn't. It allows Bait to get caught out, but that seems like all that Boston Finance is going to be able to get with that bomb right there.
Noctis using Rally very late in that fight, gets it canceled out, and just loses so much value off of it. Not looking good for Boston's finest. They need big ults like the ones Dark Mode have, and the only thing they've got is Sawhill's Shatter. It's all that they can put their hope in. Meanwhile, Dark Mode, they've got defensive ultimates, and they have the deadly combo of the Grav Bomb.
Yes, indeed. You saw the Grav getting thrown there in the slow mode, not able to eat it in time. Coco takes down anyhow, and now that's just going to be more slow mode activated as the server tries to keep up with exactly what's happening on it, holding on for dear life. And now the Shatter comes through from Derpy first, just putting everybody down on their backs, and it's going to be just even more and more brutal as Dark Mode, they're heading to the spawn doors, wanting to hold this one there and now.
And now they're starting to really play aggressive. They have those overwhelming ult numbers, and there's just nothing that Boston's finest can do. With the last few seconds left, knocking away the Zen. No touches allowed. It's a Dark Mode to take that first map. Pretty dominant, but I feel like we didn't see the best from Boston's finest because we saw so much more in that initial round 1. We saw some great stuff from Hanbei especially, but we just saw them get deflated, it seems, once that reset came through. That's incredibly rare and incredibly unlucky, but you can't just get deflated like that.
Yeah, unfortunately, it's a grim reminder of the fact that we're having to use the workshop to facilitate this tournament, and unfortunately that comes with its own set of issues, but you got to make it work in exactly the best way you can. So looking forward now, Boston's finest. On the upside, you do get the map pick, so you could possibly try to change it up in your favor, make something work out. Oh my gosh, instant pick comes through for Numbani. They didn't even hesitate on that.
Wow. That's really interesting, Mecca, because we joked about it on the EU stream of King's Row just being the most obvious map type, sometimes it feels like the map type, being the most obvious map for your hybrid pick, but going Numbani is an interesting choice from Boston's finest. It means one of two things. Number one, they want to try and shake things up and bring it down to fundamentals of just playing Overwatch rather than what they maybe might have scrimmed Dark Mode. Or number two, it means that they want to really try and focus on rotations and try and out-rotate and out-maneuver Dark Mode on a map that they're going to be way less familiar with in the context of GOATs and in the context of playing this hyper-grouped up that really the GOATs composition demands.
Yeah, and it's super, super interesting. New Bonnie also could offer itself to things like the Winston variation, at least for point A, right? If teams want to go that sort of route with it. But, I got the pleasure of casting on CGL2 these last 2 games, and I haven't seen Kings Row today, somehow. This is my 3rd series. I haven't seen Kings Row once.
What?
I don't know if that's a blessing or a curse, but yeah, we already saw some New Bonnie gameplay. I actually saw the map get full capped, so it will be interesting to see if there could be a repeat of that there, because that was a really good map actually on the B stream. If you missed it, make sure you go back in the VOD and watch that one. But heading on into this one, it seems like Dark Mode, at least for now, are hovering the Winston for defense. And I spoke too soon.
Yeah, the defensive composition is the same that we usually see. You do have the variation, as Mega was alluding to, as to what tanks and supports you want to pick. You do have the option of between the Zen, the Ana, and the Moira. However, most teams have kind of agreed that the Zenyatta is the best. That Discord Orb and the DPS that Zen outputs is way too much to give up for an anti-nade or just a more mobile support hero with a bit more numbers.
Yeah, absolutely. It's always sort of that trade-off, right? If you're going to be losing something, is it worth it, or can you make it work? Interestingly, I remember from bracket play, some teams were making the Ana work on this map, but both teams have elected out of it here. It seems like we're just going to see a straightforward push onto point here from Boston's Finest, but they're actually taking a rotation all the way back here. Seems like they go to high ground.
Yeah, they're doing a little bit of a merry-go-round. I don't think any of them are chilling in spawn waiting to switch onto the Widowmaker, but I would be very impressed if I saw that. Able to do my best Uber impression and call it the merry-go-round. Because we have some push onto the high ground. It seems a bit like Boston Finest are aggressing like they're the defensive team, but they're on the bit of a back foot.
I mean, you forced Darko Mode off of high ground. I think that was the goal you were looking for here. So now you're taking this fight on point, mano a mano, face to face here. The Transcendence first build up for Combi here is going to keep everybody next to hell, but that Shatter, absolutely girthy coming out here, means that Dark Mode is going to be able to find some damage through with it. You saw the Zarya, the break just swinging, doing the damage that they needed to, and now able to take this fight resounding faster and potentially get some staggers going with it as well.
This is the absolute tragedy of doing fights like this, is that one single fight took 90 seconds away from Boston's Finest on their attack time bank, and now they're looking at 2.5 minutes. They have ults built up. They have all of their tank ults and the rally. However, so do Dark Mode. No support ults anywhere to be seen, but Boston's Finest are closest. So Dark Mode wants to make this fight quick. Boston Finest are trying to build up ults, and it looks like Dark Mode's getting that.
Angelic just got a little bit too aggressive there, and it seems as though Danny, showing exactly how powerful a Zen can be, takes down their opposite on the other side, and it's just a quick little cleanup before they can even get anywhere close to the point.
Completely cleaned up, and now Boston Finest sitting on the cusp of 6 ultimates, but they can't get anything out of them if it's just going to be, they're just going to walk up and they're just going to run up and get done up the way that they have the last 2 fights. If they just kind of get shredded from the high ground, Dark Mode are taking pretty good advantage. The Ryan can't take great advantage of high ground, but the Zarya can, the D.Va can, the Zen can, the Lucio can. 4 of their 6 team members can take great advantage of this high ground. And now Boston's Finest, they're looking a bit lost in the sauce.
Yeah, they don't seem to know where they want to go there, and this hesitancy is going to cost them in the long run here. Finally getting out onto the high ground where they're going to get grabbed up immediately. Bombs being thrown in, while Derpy's already found 2 here. The slow mode is going to just be a stall tactic, if anything else, because you've already lost.
enough. And dark mode, pardon me. Dark mode loses a few players, but at this point, they have the ults, they have the overwhelming advantage, and they're just playing into such a tight choke, Boston's Finest, and they lose anyhow.
Yeah, that can't happen because now that's going to be the blood in the water that the rest of dark mode was looking for, right? They don't push their aggression. Luckily, there's a bit of a reset here, but dipping below 20 seconds is rough.
It's completely rough. And you can't push in, you can't push forward anymore for Boston Finest. You need all your players, but you need to push through this absolute death zone.
Yes, indeed, and it's going to be done with ultimates galore being slung left, right, and center. None of them finding their pound of flesh just yet, except for the Graviton combined with Danny's damage.
Wow.
Is going to result in 2 for the Zenyatta. Can we make it a third here? I don't even know if there's a third left alive. It will be Zarya taken down, and that's a full hold coming through for dark mode. That's brutal.
It's brutal, but it's some incredible play from dark mode. Danny, especially this Zenyatta, it's why it's such a popular play is because it provides the utility. But if you've seen a good Zenyatta, if you remember the terror that was 425 HP Jonak on old New York Excelsior, you know what I'm talking about. You have seen a terrifying Zenyatta. You haven't known fear until you have seen the Octopus King on the flank with 400 HP, ready to delete your team and your dream from existence. That's how scary a Zen is that Discord orb, that bonus damage, is just terrifying. It is a terrifying thing to experience. And he can put out so much damage. And Danny has been so incredibly good at that so far, and I'm excited to see it continue.
Yes, indeed, as we are just looking for this, now it's sort of put up or shut up for Boston's Finest, right? And you don't want to get sent to lower bracket all this early, so you got to be able to find a full hold here, find your second head of steam, but obviously it's going to be a tall task to ask of anybody when dark mode is standing in front of you, with just how synergistic and coordinated they've been looking. Now just looking to potentially just wait, figure out where they want to push.
Yeah, Boston's Finest. They just can't give up even a single tick. They have to play so aggressive. They can't even afford to let the high ground be... They can't stay on the high ground for too long.
No, they cannot. And Sawhill already showing what advantage Orion can do when he drops swinging the hammer. That damage comes through unexpected. And now Matt Merck taking out of the mech here. And it's going to be a first solid defense fight for Boston's Finest. That being said, though, far too many people just fell for that defense. You gotta kind of sort of mentally reset and figure out what just happened there.
They do keep the Zarya of anyhow, which is very crucial for Boston's Finest. But they need to get back. They need to get back quickly. Otherwise, Dark Mode are just going to take full sway over this high ground. It looks like that's exactly what they're going to do. And with some ults coming up, Dark Mode, ooh, Boston's Finest might be in some trouble.
Yes, indeed, that fear looming ever. Who's going to be the first one picked? The Discord orb being applied to both Rhines as they're just looking for their advantage here. Angelic is going to throw out the beat, keeping everybody from Boston's Finest nice and healthy for the time being. But the first death is going to be at the hands of Derpy, taking down the Zarya on the other side. That's a massive amount of damage. Now the Transcendence being forced out either side, keeping everybody nice and healthy here, but already down 2 members on the defense here. They've got to be able to figure something else. The grab onto Angelic on the wall, but actually Kai turning around with a massive Diva Bomb could be the clutch that this defense needed here. Boston Finest trying to hang on to your life. These Briggs doing everything they can, but unfortunately it seems like it's just not enough. Dark Mode, they're coming back in. They've got the point pressure. And that's just it. Dark Mode takes this 2-0.
And a quick 2-0, especially. Dark Mode came in against Boston's Finest and said, this is it. We're done. We're not going to play around. This is bracket stage. This is real hours. They played it perfectly. I mean, there's no notes for Dark Mode, for Boston's Finest. the only thing you can say is you have to just take a mental reset. You have to just say, look, this was a rough loss, but we can't let it become deflating. You can't turn that one loss into two and lose yourself any chance of moving forward, because this has to be a wake-up call for Boston's Finest. It was a really rough time, but you saw in there, Mecca, some flashes of brilliance.
Yeah, flashes of brilliance. Angelic looked really good on that Lucio. We're going to have to hopefully see more of that in the lower bracket as they attempt to make a run, but Darko Mode's going to keep it running and alive in the upper bracket here, but that'll be us for the moment here. We'll join us back probably at the top of the hour for some more of this bracket play. I think we'll be following these teams through, so make sure you stick around. Don't go anywhere. We'll be back.
Water is the softest and most yielding substance, yet nothing is better than water for overcoming the hard and rigid, because nothing can compete with it. Lao Tzu.
Name straight, new wave. Name straight, new wave. Name straight, new wave. Name straight, new wave. Name straight, new wave.
and you know something, you know? But you don't want to say it out loud because you're kind of afraid that it's not going to be really true and it'll spoil the whole thing for you, you know? But when somebody makes you say it, then, and it's true, then it just makes it more beautiful of a thing.
Let's have a bit of fun till I downfall. My love, if you feel like I do right now, don't say you're on the run to the other side, my love. But you never do. Sugar, there's a reason why we lose. You say you wanna cry, but you never do. Sugar, there's a reason why we lose. Let's have a bit of fun till I downfall. My love, if you feel like I do right now, don't say you're on the run to the other side, my love. You say you wanna try, but you never do. Sugar, there's a reason why we lose.
Malin. I'm not crazy, Malin. I've just been in a very bad mood for 40 years. 40 years.
Carpe diem. Carpe diem.
And welcome on back, CGL viewers. Thank you for sticking with us through that lovely, lovely break. We're here with more GOATS action heading into round 2 of our upper bracket. Of course, not alone. I'm still joined with K-Wing, and it seems like we're following dark mode for this one still, K-Wing.
Yeah, we're going to be sticking with dark mode, and we had a pretty one-sided match in our round 1. Dark mode took it very convincingly. I mean, oh boy. But now, I think dark mode is facing a much bigger challenge in Shikigami. 2 teams that have been pretty solid in terms of Tier 2 Overwatch for a very long time, for about as much time as you and I have been in the scene at all, Mega.
Yes, indeed. These teams slowly built themselves up in the Tier 2 scene, and of course now in the GOATS tournament are looking to be looming threats here in our NA bracket. Looks like we're going to be heading to Nepal up first, and Nepal's always an interesting one for GOATS just because each point, despite being GOATS, it can play really different depending on the rotations you take.
That it can, especially when it comes to a map like Village or Shrine and Village, where you have very tight chokes, where you can really take a lot of alternate routes. Pushing into Nepal is very tough, and a lot of times you have things like Sanctum, where that center point with some stairs on the front. It's pretty tough to find your ways around that. The center coverage is just way too good to pass up. But sometimes those points are pretty dead zones in terms of cover, and you just kind of have to take your risks and play around cover to see who wins the point itself.
Yes, indeed. I mean, you could also be worried about, obviously, the giant looming hole on Sanctum, but, you know, we don't ever have to address that. The fun that occurs there can occur there as it wants to. But yeah, I mean, even looking at the other points, right, there's tons of different angles and stuff, especially if you look towards Shrine, right? You have those staircases that you can come up on. Traditionally, I always think of it as the right side of the map, but obviously it could be the left side depending on where you spawn. And it just kind of leads to a few different paths. You can even take the high ground above those stairs, you know, go through there, do some fun shenanigans. I've seen some wacky grabs going up there as well, so it's always interesting to see. But, I mean, tempo is always going to be the name of the game with GOATs, right? It doesn't really... You can path a million different ways. If tempo's not there, your aggression, your follow-up isn't there, then there's really no point to you playing the comp.
Yeah, and it's that tempo being consistent and who's able to enforce that tempo and who's able to really grab control first. If a team that wants to play fast, that wants to play kind of, we are going to hit the speed button and we are going to press the W key and we are going to go forward and forward and forward and forward until you die or we die. If they come up against a team who's really who's playing it a bit slower and wants to look for advantages, look for clever pathing, ways to get around, it's going to be two very different stories, especially when we talk about control. I would hand the advantage to the side that wants to be more decisive and push in faster. Of course, when I say they want to be a little bit more maneuverable, I don't mean, you know, they're going to take long paths. This is play a little slower for GOATs. On a curve, you know?
Yes, indeed. But speaking of the slowing down, it turns out the reason for our slight delay here is one of the Zarya players was making pancakes. You know, like...
No.
I think that's the first time I've heard of that being the reason for a delay. But, yeah, I guess just sometimes it's pancake time. It is what it is.
Is making pancakes. Oh, boy. Oh, boy. I hope they were good pancakes. He brought it up to share with the stream. You better have brought it up to share with the rest of the stream.
Whether you brought enough to share with stream, that just displays an insane level of confidence. Just like, hey, you know, I'm gonna take a minute real quick. I'm just gonna go make some pancakes before our next game starts. I mean, that's just such an innate flex on your opponent of just, I am disregarding you so much that pancakes are more important than any prep work. You love to see it.
Yeah, it was actually Coco playing the pancake game. So hopefully those pancakes are going to fuel Coco to an incredible performance, as we do have the exact same compositions with that Brig, Zen, Lucio composition. Look toward these Brigs for how they're playing with that stun.
Yes, indeed. The stun is always super important in these compositions here, as we're just going to get ahead and get it right on move. And both Zarya trying to poke each other out, see if they can force some bubble usage here. Doesn't seem to be going anywhere just yet, but the Zarya dropping incredibly low. Wallach's going to be finally finished up on here, and that's going to be the go button for the rest of Dark Mode. They found their blood in the water. They're going to keep it rolling, so now they're going to be able to get first point capture after a pretty successful first fight.
Yeah, and a successful first fight always begets some really big advantages for a second fight. It means that Coco has a really high charge. It means that you've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 ultimates on the board, while Shikigami is close to 1, but they are coming up on maybe a few more if you give them the time, with all the advantages that you could want if you're Dark Mode.
Yes, indeed. Heading into this next fight, the advantage is going to be a Shattered Donation to the staircase. not really going to find a whole heck of a lot in that staircase, but now the Graviton's being traded out either side, as well as these beats, keeping everybody nice and healthy for the time being. Nothing really being found just yet. You're seeing the D.Va try to finish up on this Zen here, but the peel is there from the rest of the squad, keeping that Zen nice and healthy here, and it's going to be the first pick actually on the Derpy of all people, the Reinhardt going down, while Shikigami is just pressuring the point here. Matt Merck in the back line with a bomb. Unfortunately, all that's going to be found is themselves being picked. Coco gonna actually be able to take down the Ryan on the other side of this, slowly trying to turn it in their favor, but they're just down manpower right now. That's an interesting, unfortunate not disengage occurring there, as Coco will fall.
Yeah, Coco really needed to disengage, because now that advantage is on the other foot. Losing your Zarya, losing your charge means you're almost a full double cycle behind coming into the next fight. So Darko mode, even just on ramping up the Zarya's damage, has to come from behind. And they're going to try and use the rally to push into this choke point. Oh, the E!
Yeah, and the E on the grab from Coco is super, super massive there. So it's going to allow Shikigami to have this innate advantage, or advantage I should say. In Darko mode, they're taking full effect of that, right? They're able to break out of the fight. The Transcendent, as soon as it's over, there's going to be a lack of healing for Shikigami that they're not going to be able to gain too much through, not without the help of the sound barrier, at least for Salami Boy, who's dropping so incredibly low on the Lucio, but managing to stay alive, at least for the time being. Shikigami is repelling this attack, but finally, members are starting to fall here. Coco got to that high charge, and it's just spelling disaster slowly but surely. Darko mode methodically taking the point.
Yeah, dark mode, like you said, playing methodical, knowing that they needed to build up and give themselves some time to get some ults, get that advantage back, and they played it perfectly. Now, playing on the defensive, playing with this tight choke point that Shikigami just have to try and push their way through. It's going to be very, very tough without a lot of defensive ults.
Yes, indeed. Now the grab bomb combo isn't going to be able to net anything. It doesn't look like it's going to find just what they're looking for here. So the bomb thrown in vain here. Solo now looking to find some purchase with this Earth Shatter. It's going to put the D.Va on their back, but it's going to keep the D.Va alive long enough to put the bomb up. Now the server slowing down, trying to handle the capacity of all these ults. And that bomb is going to answer onto the Rhine in turn. Derpy now going to be able to combo with his Graviton, and it's looking massive. The hammer swinging, the point ticking up. Darko mode should have this one in the bag.
Yeah, they should, as already dark mode playing very, very well. It's just the staggers coming in from Salami Boy, just using the beat to keep themselves alive, but it won't do them good for long.
No, unfortunately, Saggers can only get you so far, and now with that beat committed as well, it is going to be dark mode being able to sustain. That being said, though, nobody from Shikigami has gone down just yet. Sure, they lose the D.Va mech, but there's still 5 members in this one fighting, but Solo goes down, and nobody's there to touch the point. That's just a quick round over, and dark mode takes 100 to 50%.
It's a solid play for dark mode. The staggers were a little troubling. You wanted to see those picks come quicker and that focus come a lot faster for dark mode, but they got it done in the end, and that came from really good understanding of when to play the tempo very fast and when they have to slow it down, wait up, and get all their ducks in a row.
Yes, indeed, all their ducks in a row is exactly what they needed there. As now we are into this next round, it's going to be a bit of a back and forth, as we're going to be looking for a success of the high ground here. Either wanting to play in the mega room, and I can fully respect that grind and hustle, but he's just going to be looking for that slight advantage, that Lucio overstep potentially being the one. Salami Boy picking up the health back to stay alive here, but actually, Matt Merck going off the map, it seems, but not before Coco can find absolute insane damage on this high charge Zarya, and that's going to be a point going to dark mode once again.
Yeah, that point going to dark mode, but losing the Zarya means you've lost a big advantage that you have going into second fight. You don't have the Zarya, you don't have that high charge that maybe you could have had, and now Shikigami has the opportunity to just jump on you with no Zarya.
Yes, indeed, and they're taking full advantage of that. They're just holding W into the rest of the team. Walex is showing what a high charge Zarya on the other side looks like, and it's not looking good. Shikigami will be able to get the point going without expending all too much here.
No, not much at all. Only maybe using the rally, but I don't think they used a single ult at that fight. They're going to use the beat early on just to push in and keep this point to themselves.
Yes, indeed, because you got to remember, Shikigami's without their Rhine. That Lucio boot came through at the end of that last fight, so now having to give it up to dark mode here, allowing them to take point pressure. Now with a grab bomb combo from downtown, can this find purchase? It doesn't just yet, but what does find is the shatter from Solo. Now trying to be answered by the shatter from Burby. It doesn't get a whole heck of a lot going here, but it is just going to be this back and forth. Finally, the Rhines are starting to come alive here. Without that Brigitte healing on the side of dark mode, they're going to have to play extremely passive, extremely safe, because they just don't have the same healing sustain.
No, they don't. Each member of these GOATS rosters is so incredibly important. Losing even your Zenyatta can be such a devastating loss. And now as Talisman tries to recover, tries to get that mech back, has to play very safe, but they don't have the defense matrix while that's up.
Yes, and so now you're having to get more and more pressure. Meanwhile, Dark Mode's had control of this point the entire time. Another Graviton being invested here from Coco, but it doesn't get exactly what they're looking for here. So now, finally, the flip comes through for Shikigami, allowing all that free point cap to finally end here. Walex going to grab the Transcendence, but the beat is not going to matter when everybody's put on their backs on both sides. Both Rhines going absolutely insane, but it is going to be Shikigami following up on their shatter just a little bit better here. The damage is there. They have the members alive, and they're going to be able to clean this one up and finally get some more point percentage building.
Yeah, and they do get that really crucial eat onto the grab from Coco. It's such a good play from Dark Mode. And for Shikigami, now they have some advantage. They have Dark Mode trying to push through the tight choke, and they have the ability to just farm this as the Diva Bomb goes into the back line.
Yes, indeed, the Diva Bomb into the back line does finish fine. Okay, that's bait, so now without your Lucio, it's just going to be another one fight here for Shikigami. They've been able to clean it up super, super aggressive, and that making sure Coco does not get out with that Zarya charge means Shikigami's has pretty good control here.
And going into last fight territory, Shikigami is coming up on 4 ultimates versus Dark Mode, who have a rally, and they're going to come up on the Shatter grab combo, but that's about it, as I'm sorry if there's a background noise, my mic's falling apart. Oh, Solo. Unfortunate.
Hello, yes, there we are. It's just going back and forth here. This crazy fight is finally going to result one way or another, and it looks like Dark Mode is going to be able to get some purchase going on this point here with these insane picks. But now we're heading to Final Fight territory once again, K-Wing.
Yeah, not a lot of ults used for Dark Mode. Shikigami, though, are they even going to be able to touch? They lose their Reinhardt.
Yeah, they lose the Rhine, and that's going to be rough. It just means Darko Mode holding the spawn doors, making sure nobody gets through, nobody gets in or out. The bomb, the only thing making it in, it might find the Zen. Doesn't even get that for moral victory. Dark Mode takes map number 1 here, and they do it in a, it's not like that first series, right? They didn't do it in a dominating fashion. They actually have a fight on their hands here with Shikigami.
Yeah, they do. They're not going to be able to beat Shikigami around the bush. The way that they might have done Boston's Finest, they won't have as dominant of a win with map 1, but it's a win regardless. Dark Mode playing incredibly well, and Shikigami on the back foot. Both these teams really don't want to abide by losing this first fight, or losing the second round, and getting dropped into that lower bracket so early.
Yeah, this lower bracket is always a looming threat, right? Like, even if you're a confident team, right, you'd rather just have that extra life as long as you can. You know, preferably you never need it, right? You just go through the winner bracket to grand finals, which is what both these teams are looking to do here. But Dark Mode having that confidence behind them right now means that there's got to be a little bit of something switching up from Shikigami, you know, potentially just a little bit more pressure coming out potentially on the support side of things. I feel like in terms of the tank matchup, there's a pretty solid matchup between Solo and Derpy on the Reinhardt, even Wallix getting the better of Coco in some of these fights. But these supports, you know, using your support ult at the correct time as well as just your positioning, being able to stay alive is truly what matters. And Salami Boy, you know, Lucio's love to get aggro, but just, again, there's such a hairpin thing between getting too aggro and feeding. You gotta make sure it's careful. You gotta make sure you have it locked down.
Completely agree. Sorry for dipping below my camera for a bit there. My mic...
No!
My mic stand is just falling. I don't know what I'm doing.
I thought I was gonna go a full casting day without King's Row, but my last series of the day, they got me. They've brought me to London. But I mean, I was gonna say that it's King's Row, right? Nobody's questioning why this map is being picked. It's Kings. This is the GOATS map. This is what you're known for. So many times we've seen it in so many different ways. Home of the famous Mario go around. I think you were talking about earlier, K-Wing, but it just seems as though Shikigami, this is where they're confident, this is where they want to take Dark Mode, which honestly, it's a good sign for Shikigami. If they're willing to take such another skilled GOATS team here, it just shows that they have confidence in themselves to match them 1-to-1.
And that's going to be very important going forward, is that confidence, is the ability to say, you know, is the ability to have confidence in your fundamentals. Because that's, and in the end, what GOATS is about fundamentals, as we see Wallix giving a rousing speech to the troops, so it would seem, just standing on that high platform and rousing the troops to try and turn this game around with those open doors.
Yes, indeed, the opening of the doors is going to be the obvious start of the map, but it's going to be where we see exactly how Shikigami wants to attack this one. It seems like we're going to have both teams playing around the statue, doing exactly what they love the most, and just run circles around each other. That's what the Go comp is for. Salami dropping incredibly low there for a second, but gets healed up for some nicely placed break packs. Now the Discord orb placed on the Lucio, just showing a little bit of too much presence you got to be fearful of. And it's just going to be this back and forth poke as we're just still here on the statue.
Yeah, and good play from these Lucios, controlling the skies as much as they really can. Early grab from Coco, going to be answered by the beat. That's that first pick going on to Graveyard.
Yes, indeed. The beat keeping everybody alive from Coco's grab here. And so now Shikigami is going to have to try to figure something out, or at least just reset soundly here. The Rhyme being moved forward with a Discord Orb. There's only so long you can live with that. And it looks like the Diva mech is going to have to be reset in the spawn room. Never mind. Matt Merck decided that I will just take you out myself.
Yeah, and a long fight there, and a really good build-up of ultimates. Coco very now close to that second grab while it's only on the first, and that beat is nowhere near ready, so it might get hit by the Zenyatta Transcendence, but with all these ults on the floor for both these teams, they won't have everything to respond. Whoa!
Doesn't matter if Coco has a grab if you waste the grab, and now Burpee's just emoting, interesting enough. Got good strategy, I guess. The Graviton from Wallix, though, is going to find purchase here, but not before Solo ends up going down. They didn't have a support ult online just yet to keep that Reinhardt in the fight, so now down one person on the offense. They managed to trade it out, actually, through the Transcendence, take down Derpy. So now, with the bomb thrown in as well, it's going to purchase some space, going to allow Shikigami to start to get onto this point in a 5v5 situation here. They still have their sound barrier to be able to commit to this one, and it's just going to continue to slowly snowball in their favor until Dark Mode can get back in this one. It is going to be the bomb commit from Matt Merck, but that's just to get back in mech here. Coco has built up another Graviton, except this time, finally, they were able to follow up on it. Wallix is taken down, and now rushing back into this one, only having to give a tick of progress, is Darko Mode. Or, I keep saying Darko Mode, Dark Mode, holding this one.
And that's as good as you could really want for dark mode. They used almost all of their ultimates, built up to a couple more, but they still have really good control over the ult economy. They're way higher to a beat than Shikigami, and they only had to give up half of the point. They only had to give up the 1 tick, and now as these rallies come in, Dark Mode and Shikigami are looking to... Shikigami's just looking to build up ult, but they don't have a lot of time.
Oh my gosh, 4th Graviton eaten by Talisman, so at least another one negated here, but now both Ryan swinging, eagerly trying to get to those Earth Shatters. Who's going to get it up first? It doesn't matter when the Lucios are trading each other in the backline, and now Lex is going to grab everybody up, and everybody's put on their back by Solo, and with the bomb combo, it seems like Shikigami's finally going to get this point rolling here. The Diva Bomb committed on the other side is only in vain, as now, after 3 minutes of offense, finally, Shikigami should be able to get the ball rolling.
What a bomb there from Talisman, taking out 3 on dark mode, and the stun and the stacker coming through. What a play! Not rolling the body onto the cart. That's just PM from Shikigami. But now that's an early shatter from Derpy.
Early shatter that nobody was able to follow up on, especially because you don't have your Diva, so that's just going to be a bit more of a reset here for Dark Mode, an ult they might want back. Meanwhile, another ult they have coming online into this next one is going to be Coco's Graviton. It feels like the 5th or 6th one this game, just how fast they've been able to build this up. So the question is, will it be committed onto this corner here? You gotta be watching for the eat. You don't want it to go into that Diva's defense matrix once again, and it does not. Danny now able to kill Solo through the Graviton, and just more damage coming through means that Transcendence is wasted from Paradox, and everybody from Shikigami just running back to the spawn rooms.
Ooh, crucially though, that Zarya is going to get taken out late. Coco going down, loses that charge and loses such an advantage for Dark Mode. And with these closer spawns for Shikigami, it's going to be a 6v5 fight unless they can stagger out incredibly well. So they're just going to have to retreat a bit.
Yes, indeed. Running for the hills is the best they can hope for, at least for now, until they get their Zarya back in shape. Some interesting ultimate combos to work with here. The bomb up from Talisman is going to be able thrown in to create some space. Doesn't ultimately pick anything, but now the bomb being thrown in as a counter pick is going to find 2 from Matt Merck. I mean, the shield was in front of it, but they broke the break shield at exactly the right time. That's why you can't rely on that shield to keep you safe through it. And now dipping below a minute is Shikigami's offense. They've got to be able to find some more purchase here to get through point B.
Oh, I want to give the biggest hand to OK, that's bait. They're booping 2 forward in front of that Rhine shield. What a play. That's the play all Lucios just want to have the entire time, as now the break's gonna come in, gonna stun up, tried to stun the Reinhardt, but it didn't work.
No, that shatter was just a little bit aggressive, a little bit too much hubris going on. And now Coco having to commit yet another Graviton. It feels like there's so many just over and over again. Ultimates being layered on top of each other, support ults every which way. Now having to clear the fight with 30 seconds left on this round, and Coco's going to be able to find Salami Boy in the backline, but it's not without its own trade on the other side. Without that escort orb, you're lacking a lot of damage, but on the other side of it, you're lacking speed for Shikigami. That Lucio should be back first in theory, but it is just a theory.
That it is, and you have to deal with so many ults from Wallach.
Yes, indeed, especially when grabs are thrown in there, but it's actually working out for Dark Mode here. They're able to get another grab out from Coco with the pressure they were getting through, and we're already in overtime. There's just no purchase left for Shikigami here, despite having the early grab in that fight. Dark Mode are going to be able to turn that in their favor and win that and hold on point B.
That was an incredible play from Dark Mode, giving up that space, and now when you're talking about that push, it's not even a kind of push that you would say, well, it's really defensible. Like if it went to 100 meters, 110 meters, right around that end point for Point Bravo, you could very easily see this won in 3 fights for Dark Mode. First fight on the point, second fight on the archway, and third and scrappy fight on right near the end of that 86 meters. So it's 2 fights and maybe a third scrappy depending on how that first fight gets won, if dark mode wins it, you could see it done in 2. This is very scary for Shikigami. They don't have the wiggle room that they really would want to have for this upcoming fight. No changes on the composition. They're keeping on this standard fare. But, oh, Shikigami got their backs against the wall right now, facing lower bracket. It's not looking good. Oh.
Late little DC might need a pause here. Everyone's spamming Pete. There it is. But yeah, just the diva just intimidated Talisman. No, probably just some internet issues. It happens. But I mean, let's address the elephant in the room, right? Especially for that offense. Coco was building a grab a minute. Even faster than that, I think. I think there were 7 grabs total in that 6.5 minute offense. And when a Zarya is doing that, that means that there's insane damage coming out at all times, right? So it's not just the gravitons themselves, but it's just the output from the Zarya. Coco, sure, you were able to eat one of those grabs, but there's got to be more pressure onto this Zarya. Otherwise, you're just going to allow them to walk away with the series.
Yeah, and like you said, that means more than just the grabs themselves. The grab is an ult. It is so incredibly powerful to get it so frequently to the point that you basically start one fight, have the ult, use the ult at the start of the fight, end of the fight, you are like 70% to the ult. Again, that's incredible to say the least for dark mode. It also means, like you said, you're putting out so much damage. I just wish we could see the numbers of how much damage that Zarya is putting out per 10, because it has to be massive to build up that much ultimate, to build up that much, that fast.
I mean, I guess the upside to Zarya being that powerful is slowly as we're seeing this series progress, we've seen it from Derpy just get a little bit more overzealous. Like that pin right there. Oh my good lord. We have to pause again because of the Diva DC, but that pin from downtown onto the Rhine. I mean, most certainly when we come back to when we're able to join back in, that Rhine is going to get followed up on.
Most certainly. Sorry about that. Just had to step away for a bit. Most certainly. What aggressive play. Wow. This isn't looking good for Shikigami. It just isn't, as they don't have a lot of fights to turn this around, and they're looking at a pretty tough fight and a pretty tough defense coming up. 6.5 minutes is what is totally on the time bank when you talk about that 0.8 bonus. They either have to do an incredible full hold, or they have to drain a lot of time away at those arches. And I don't know if they're up to the task.
Yeah, that's going to be sort of the fear, right? Is, you know, this sort of mental game of worrying about if the other team, you know, it's just, can we hold it? Are we even capable of standing up to dark mode, especially when they're playing this aggressively? There's almost just sort of this exuding confidence that sort of just can rattle you down to your core if you're not ready to answer it in kindness. So Shikigami, you got to be able to piece something together, at least in terms of the mental game. But I think they're more worried about making sure their players stay in the lobby right now. I think that's their main concern.
Yeah, these disconnects aren't helping either, because the way that this is probably going to work is that they're going to have to come all the way back from spawn. And yeah, that's exactly what happened.
Yes, indeed. And it just seems like it's going to be a quick little cleanup fight here. And yeah, that's just going to be point A taken in a rather quick fashion. Now it's just going to be some more follow-up here as an early fight occurs on point B. Shikigami trying to find some sort of defensible position here, trying to maybe get a pick going in their favor, but it seems like it's just going to be a very nice disengage from dark mode.
An incredibly good disengage from dark mode. saw that they weren't going to have a favorable position there. They wanted to push through the archway, but they got everyone together and they just took out Solo.
Yes, indeed. Now with the Reinhardt missing, it's going to be a beautiful Graviton coming out from Coco. Yet another one this map. The payload slowly moving. The Baby Diva trying to get back there. Couldn't even make it before Bait killed them. And so now you're seeing how aggressive. Derpy's going to go for a flank shatter. It's going to be massive.
They couldn't. He's not about to go for this flank shatter. Everyone's playing up in front of him as well. I think they're trying to bait them into pushing forward. They have to see they don't have a Reinhardt. No, he pins away. It's just a stall tactic, I think.
No, it was just an aggressive Satyr setup. It didn't end up working because Solo was ready for it here, but look at how aggressively they're holding. It doesn't matter because the point was just moving the whole time. Dark mode. They're showing why they're a favorite in this bracket. They're gonna walk away with this one.
Yeah, and when we saw some signs of life in Shikigami in our first map, it seems like Dark Mode was determined to stomp those out wherever they found them, and they did just that. Shikigami, it seems like they had no quarter, nothing that they could do. It was just the Dark Mode show. Nothing we could really do about it. Nothing else to say there.
I was gonna say, there's nothing I don't think anybody can do about it. Dark Mode clearly showing why they're the favorites in this bracket, showing just how aggressive they are. I mean, Coco, somebody get a grav tally. It might have hit double digits in that map. There might have been 10 Gravitons, even if you count the one that was eaten as well. Just absolutely ridiculous. You're seeing the synergy, this team has coming in. They've played on a roster for so long now, this Dark Mode core, and they're really flexing their muscles going to the extreme. But that is going to be another break here from us, probably again at the top of the hour. We're going to continue on with our bracket here, so make sure you stick around. You don't miss any of the GOATS action here on CGL, and we'll be right back.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah. Memories. Memories. Yeah. Memories. Cash and the ticket is yours. Cash and the ticket is yours. Yo. Cash and the ticket is yours. Cash and the ticket is yours. Cash and the ticket is yours. Yo. Cash and the ticket is yours. Yours.
Or inside here, you get an insight and you know something, but you don't want to say it out loud because you're kind of afraid that it's not going to be really true and it'll spoil the whole thing for you, But when somebody makes you say it, then, and it's true, then it just makes it more beautiful of a thing.
Hello, everyone. Welcome back to the CGL 1 channel. We're here for GOAT's Top 16 in the NA region. We've got a matchup in round 3 of the winners bracket. Dark Mode NA versus Crazy 88 here, Ray. And this should be a banger of a series. Crazy 88's going on a tear after losing to Redbirds in round 1 of group stage play. Now looking to continue this run against Dark Mode, who is undefeated so far in the tournament.
Yeah, this is going to be a slugfest. We got a lot of the best that comes from UTD versus some of the best we've ever seen coming out of CGL. So much talent between both of these teams. And as you mentioned, 88s, after losing that close one, it was 2-1 to Redbird Esports. They have just been on that tear, haven't lost since. And Dark Mode's like, hey, we don't have an L at all. And they looked absolutely dominant in that game against Shikigami in their quarterfinals winners round. That was insane.
I mean, obviously, this Dark Mode team has to be the team to beat because, I mean, they've got 3 GOATS tournament rings in their back pocket already, going for their 4th here, right? I mean, I think they are the team to beat until, well, obviously they're beaten. There is going to be a tough team in the works if they can beat this Crazy 88's roster in TBD coming in, or even Redbird or 4+4. And I believe that Redbird versus 4+4 game is still going on in, on CGL_2 right now, with Redbird about to win the game in overtime. Okay, that was a huge bomb by Romani. But we'll see how that works in a few seconds here. But right now, we're looking at the top of the winners bracket, right? We've got
keep in mind, the best thing for these teams is if you get a win right now, you're done for the day. You get your 3 wins, you move on to winners finals, you're in top 4. You don't have to worry about playing any more games today. If you unfortunately have to drop into the losers bracket, you're going to have to play one more game to keep your hopes alive at making a lower bracket run. So a lot is going to be on the line, and, play well, win your game, and you get to, kick back, relax, and, watch the other teams and see how they do.
All right, so it just got tied up on that on the CGL_2 team, so that's now all tied up going into map number 3. But let's keep talking about Dark Mode, as we've got their roster here all ready to go to show you out. Derpy on the Reinhardt. This is Derpy's signature hero. This is what Derpy was meant to play. We're gonna see them just totally dominate the lobby. Most likely, unless, well, we'll talk about Crazy 88s after this. But Coco and Matt Mark, again, very stacked. I mean, it's just a stacked tank line in general. Kashir Khan, Danny, and okay, that's bait. Rounding it out on that support, on the supports there.
Yeah, it's a extremely talented roster, as we talked about, probably one of the favorites up there with TBD to win the whole thing. And let's see their opponents, who we mentioned are on a tear after dropping their first round game against Redbirds. Crazy 88. A lot of names you guys are going to recognize coming out of that CGL scene. Highlight a couple of them: Smurf, Ricky, Ryan Guy. Those are big names that have been in console back when they were still playing on console.
Ryan Guy's still playing on console. I'm not 100%, but I'm pretty sure he is. But also Thunder as well, a very well-known console player. She's moved over to the PC scene, tier 3 scene. Yeah. Most recently was on Shikigami previously, but now over back to Crazy 88s though. But we do have our first map of the eve. For this matchup, we've got Ilios as our starting map for round 3 of winners. And, well, it should be an interesting map to see, especially with these chances for these environmental kills that can come through.
Yeah, especially if you get, obviously for Lighthouse, but Well's going to be the interesting one, because that Well is always going to be a looming threat. No Steadfast for the Reinhardt, so these Lucios could be out there making big time plays, as looks like the universe has decided they want the the chaos turned up all the way to high, because we are starting out on Well.
We are indeed, and we'll see that in a few short moments whenever we transition over to that here, but I'm interested to see these two teams coming out. Obviously, Matt Merck going to be on that diva there with Derpy. I mean, this is just such a good team for Dark Mode. And obviously, this is a reason why they are so highly ranked, why they are so heavily favored to win it with those two. And then, I mean, obviously Coco as well, but Derpy and Matt Merck have just been on another level against these other teams as they're going to be coming out of spawn.
Yeah, again, I'm looking at Ryan Guy versus, okay, that's bait. Looking to make big plays on these Lucios. I mean, it looks like both teams are going to play it safe, and they're going to play in the side room, trying to mitigate any kind of boots that these Lucios can get.
They're going to come in. Ryan Guy's going to take Kashir Khan already out of the fight, but it still might not be yet. But there, with okay, that's bait falling down. No more speed boost available for Dark Mode. This should just be the fight done and dusted. Ryan Guy is going to fall down to those boosters from Matt Merck, but, well, that's not going to be enough to change the side of the fight with a nice stagger coming in onto Matt Merck.
Yeah, extremely huge opening pick coming out from Ryan Guy, getting out the brig for Dark Mode Karshikan. And I mean, that's all you can ask for. There goes all of your healing off of the field. You got to be careful of your Karshikan. You cannot allow yourself to be the first one picked off in these fights.
Yeah, no, you can't. Oh, Thunder's going to go down early. The Shatter just come out as well from Smurf, but it's not going to find anything. Derpy's going to go wild now without the Smurf on the field. Coco finds Melophobia and Ranga to finish it out.
Yeah, as Dark Mode comes in, they made their adjustments, got extremely aggressive, and this time around, they're able to get Thunder out very quickly early on in this fight. So that's already a storyline, is these teams being hyper-aggressive, going after these brigs, and Matt Merck gets the eat onto the grab.
Yeah, Grab is going to be eaten there already. Now with the beat coming in from Ryan Guy out to try to recontest it. The Shatter is going to come through, knocking down 4 from Derpy. That's going to take Thunder out. The Grab is going to come through as well, though. So still not enough to try to keep things going as Dark Mode still finding these picks. Murph is out of the fight, now rotating around thanks to that help from the overhealth, from that sound barriers. Molten Cake's going to fall as well. Murphy already has the Shatter again. It is going to shatter right on the face of Smurf coming out of spawn. Now, this rotation is still coming out, but Derpy's a little bit over-aggressive. You're going to be finding, okay, that's bait as well with Ryan Guy. So now Derpy, goes over-aggressive, and that's going to pay for their life, and they're going to lose that fight because of it.
Yeah, they were definitely over-aggressive, but at the point where they lost early on, I think it was just smart for the entire team to just commit, go forward, and just stall them out, get as much percentage of points as you can, and just completely reset. 88s did have to use a few ultimates coming to that fight, so Dark Mode gets to come back. Coco has his grab coming online, and Bolted Cake is not close to this Transcendence.
Yeah, not at all here as they come in the rotations out. There's the rally out from Kashir Khan and the Thunder as there is now something going through as Derpy's going to fall down. Ricky with 2 with a self-destruct now coming back into the Mac trying to take them out with Matt Merck, but that's just not going to be possible as that is going to be that. It's going to be Crazy 88's holding out strong.
Yeah, that was actually incredible because of the placement of that grab. The Ryan, I believe, Derpy was around the corner, and Danny was unable to get that Transcendence healing up in time to be able to heal him because he was around the corner, so they were just basically on 2 opposite ends of the corner, and the Trans could not get to him. So they're able to focus down Derpy early, and then Ricky, beautiful bomb. But Dark Mode, this is their last chance to try and return and flip this point.
As they're going in, and as they are trying to find that, Danny very close to going down thanks to the rally. Okay, that bait's going to keep them alive, but it's already up to 95%, and it comes out the Shatter. There's the Transcendence coming through from Bolton King, trying to hold it down as Kashir Khan falls. No one's going to be able to touch, and that's going to be Crazy 88's taking round number 1.
As they're continuing to ride this momentum they built up, not only after losing to Redbirds, but I mean, the Crazy 88s, their match went 2-1, so Dark Mode's kind of been waiting around for them to finish their game. So 88s definitely are warmer in a sense. You could try and argue that fatigue might set in, but on this first map, that warmth is really playing into their favor, and they're able to come out hot and take a first point victory over Dark Mode.
Yeah, looking very good to start it off. Obviously, got to get a little bit more sustain from that support line because your Khan cannot be the one to go down early in these fights for dark mode. Got to be able to keep that rally is so important for sustain in these long fights. Now we are going to rotate onto the point, onto Ruins, and we're going to get this dueling on the side of the point here as we're getting an overhead view for the moment. But there goes, and Melophobia is going to take Coco out already. This is looking good. All for Crazy 88 as they pin in Derpy's very low, getting focused out by Smurf at the moment. Matt Merck's already out of the fight. There's going to be the pin off the side of the map, though, from Derpy, but it's going to be still Crazy 88's taking this fight.
Yeah, they're going to get, okay, that's bait as well. So that pick you got onto the Reinhardt completely nullified as, you know, Ryan Guy can just go back and get Smurf so quickly, and they'll be able to have a full 6v6 fight once again. I mean, it buys space for dark mode, but that's about it.
Yeah, as they're going to go in all the Shatter out, going to drop down 3. Shatter in response from Derpy as well, but it's not going to find anyone as Coco falls down in the midst of the Transcendence, and a nice boot coming through, taking Matt Merck out of it. Derpy is going to find that the charge onto Ryan Guy, though, but again, it's just not going to be enough. Mode. They're going to be rotating. Fouled out by the shield bash. Self-destruct does come through, but it's not going to find anyone. It's still his Crazy 88's just finding all the picks necessary with Coco's grab getting eaten up. That probably just finishes it out for Crazy 88's in this first map. Coco finds Smurf, but it's just not going to be enough. There's the grab coming through, finishing out the remaining stragglers of dark mode as Crazy 88's take map number 1.
And, you know, this is not meant to be any kind of diss toward the 88s, but shocking fashion, man. I don't think anyone expected. I expected this to be a very tight, close series. The 88s kind of, you know, the first map was close, but that second one was not close. 88s absolutely dominated, and they're just showing. I mean, I've always had such admiration for this sport coming out of CGL. You know, dominating it for so long, and now they're in a position here where they move over. A lot of them are on console now, and they've really committed. They've done well in open division. They've done well in a lot of different competitions, and it's just a testament to them, man. They're such talented players.
We do apologize for the audio problems currently. Trying to figure that out on our end. We're hopefully getting that figured out. But until then, we are going to be headed to our next map, which has already been chosen immediately during the play of the game. It is going to be King's Row for Dark Mode's choice. And then, well, Crazy 88s are going to be opting for the defense, and we'll show that to you in a few short moments. Well, again, we are swapping over to a different relay system to try to figure out the audio.
Yeah, no surprises here. We're in GOATs. I mean, King's Row is always a given when it comes to these.
To attack first here again with them being on the back foot. It's not really what you want to see from them. I mean, you're going to have to come out strong out the gates. Obviously, it's pretty hard, I feel, to hold on to point one. So it's going to probably be a game of who can stop people in that escort phase of hybrid. We shall see as we are getting the readies coming in from both of the two teams.
Again, as we talked about, 88s, man, their teamwork is just insane. Like, they have been together for so long, as I talked about. A lot of these players, they've been in the console scene working together on that same 88s team for so long, coming up short a lot of the time against blue team and red team in some of the console scenes early on. And now they've made the swap over to PC, and now they're just as dominant as they were on console coming into PC. And because they've been together so long, that when you come into this brawl and goat setting where teamwork is pivotal, it's just shining through in beautiful ways for the 88s.
Yeah, as now we are loading into the lobby, as you can see, and well, nothing's really going to change. There really isn't much to change unless you decide to go for a Winston, but that's just not going to happen. Or an Ana, but again, that's just not going to happen with Reinhardt here. So we're going to see in about 12 seconds, can Dark Mode take back this momentum, or is Crazy 88's going to just put the nail in the coffin here for Dark Mode's winners bracket run?
Time will tell as Dark Mode on the attack coming out of the gates. I've always been a person with the defense, calling your shot, going on defense first. You must feel extremely confident being able to either, stop them at first point or just completely take their momentum away and having a really good defense.
Guys, now the play is going to come out. Ricky's very low right now, going to be demeched early on in the fight, but Coco's very low as well, and Derpy's going to get separated out, taken down by the baby diva of Ricky, but almost finding out Melophobia, but the healing is just there from Crazy 88. Was Murphy going to fall down in the end? That is a nice little exit pick coming in from Dark Mode.
Yeah, it's going to be tough to be able to get back. Oh, Ricky gets a pick onto Danny. That's pretty much going to allow everyone else from the 88s to get back. But Dark Mode is not trying to allow them to take any space. They're trying to take the space back and push the point.
Yeah, they really are, and hey, they're going to find Ricky out of mech early on, and the Baby Diva as well. They're not going to have anything to deal with that Graviton Surge coming through from Coco. That Transcendence was not there quite just yet, and Dark Mode's going to be able to take that first point.
Yeah, shoutouts to Coco for building up to that grab in such, despite, kind of being in a losing position in these fights, to be able to build up to that grab before Bolton Cake can get to that Transcendence, and it's basically the reason why they're able to win that fight. So Coco already making plays on this Zarya. Can they continue to do that as they're looking to push the issue here on second point as they're coming up to the archways?
Yeah, as now they're going to come in, and there's the self-destruct coming out. Melophobia is going to fall, but that was a huge shatter from Smurf in the meanwhile. But it's just probably not going to matter in the long run with already losing out your Zarya in the fight. Transcendence coming in from Bolton Cake. There's the there's a self-destruct as well coming in. A lot of ultimates coming through, and in the end, Dark Mode still seeming to come out on top as Thunder trying as they will with the flail to take some damage, take people out, but it's just going to be Derpy finding all those picks for Dark Mode.
Yeah, it's a huge fight to win if you're Dark Mode. Those archways can be extremely tough to push through as an attacking team, and now they're going to be able to push past the bookstore corner as well. So by the time Crazy 88s come back and are ready to take another fight, they're pretty much going to be at this fountain.
down as well, and that's just going to be a nice recontest for Crazy 88s now on the defensive side of point number 3.
88, the 88's finally able to dig their heels in the ground and say no more, as they have themselves in a really good defensive position. This first corner on third point is extremely potent, and now going forward, dark mode. I mean, there's just not a whole lot of directions you can push from, but there's a Diva Bomb to try and set things up.
The self-destruct is going to come out, but it's not going to find anyone. There's the grab coming in from Melophobia as well. That's just a quick cleanup. Only having to use 2 ultimates in that fight is going to be huge going down for Crazy 88s, but again, they are going to have to deal with some ultimates coming online from dark mode.
Yeah, you're coming into a fight where they're going to be using Graviton Surge on you, and you used your Transcendence in that fight. So this is going to be an extremely precarious fight for 88s. They have to hope that this Thunder rally and maybe building up to this beat in time is going to be enough.
Self-destruct has come out from Ricky. Shatter comes out from Smurf, lays down 3. The Sound Barrier and the Transcendence being used by Dark Mode to stabilize. Shatter comes out. Thunder goes down, but not felled quite just yet. The healing keeping them alive. Volton Kick very close to this Transcendence, gonna probably to help them stabilize. Crazy 88 stabilize even more, but still nothing doing quite just yet. But Melophobia in the back gonna go find one. Smurf falls down to the self-destructive Matt Merck. Still nothing really going in either team's favor. There's the Transcendence coming out. Grab as well from Melophobia, trying to take this fight back in their favor. Ryan Guy falls down though. Still, Dark Mode and Crazy 88s are trading back and forth with Kashir Khan, but it looks like Crazy 88s are going to give space now. But however, Smurf is back on to the cart, so this is the perfect opportunity to take back the point for Crazy 88s with a rally, especially coming through from Thunder. Walking forward now is Crazy 88s with the help of Smurf, but they're going to go down to the micro missiles from Matt Merck without the grab coming through, but it's just not going to find anyone from Coco, but it's just going to buy more space for Crazy 88, or sorry, for Dark Mode.
Yeah, as the 88s are doing the right thing, getting out, looking to take one more fight. They've wasted so much time off this clock already. Hopefully they can try and bring this to overtime. All they're going to have is a Ricky Bomb and Ryan Guy beat to be able to work with Dark Mode. The ultimates are mounting.
Well, Smurf is going to take Derpy off the side of the map with the self-destruct coming through from Ricky. Not going to find anything, but still, it's a nice opening. They don't have the shield of Derpy for the moment. They're going to be getting Smurf a little bit quicker for the moment. Smurf's already back in the thick of things. The Shatter is available now from both of these two Reinhardts. As the Shatter comes out, and Coco and Merc are down, but a bigger Shatter comes in response from Derpy. Thunder goes down. Ricky's out of mech as well. But it's still a lot of people low from Dark Mode, but the Transcendence comes on perfect. Smurf is falling out of the fight. There's Coco's Melophobia using their own grab, but again, it's just all Dark Mode in the kill feed here, Ray. Ricky's out of mech. The respawn's trying to come back, trying to get it down to this overtime round, but it just doesn't seem to be possible. Shatter from Smurf, but it's just not going to do enough. 17 seconds to go, and Dark Mode captures all 3 points.
I mean, valiant effort coming out from the 88s. They wasted a lot of that time. There's like 3.5, almost 4 minutes on the clock for Dark Mode coming into that third point. Fortunately, they're not able to get it to overtime. As Dark Mode, again, as I mentioned, in their previous match against Shikigami, they dominated this map. They're showing that they feel extremely confident when it comes to King's Row. So how do the 88s respond? They're up 1-0, so yeah, if you lose this map, we're going to map 3. You're still alive, but you want to just shut this down right here, right now. You don't want to give Dark Mode any kind of, it's almost like, don't give them any kind of inches, because they're going to take a mile.
Yeah, for every inch you give, they'll take a mile. Yeah, but and that's kind of what we're seeing right now, obviously, but it's not to that extent quite just yet. Obviously, there still is a map to go in the Crazy 88's way for their attacking phase, but they've got to at least play it a little bit more cleaner than Dark Mode did. Dark Mode was pretty good, obviously, but still only 17 seconds on the board is good for Crazy 88s if they do so take this fight or take this attacking phase pretty quickly.
How do the 88s come out on this attack? Dark Mode against Shiki, they pretty much took up almost all of the time on this first point attack. I think they took up 3.5 of the 4 minutes. So 88's got to come out and they got to find a pick early, man, to really set things up. And they're getting close. A lot of people low.
Yeah, a lot of people low already. Coco very low as well, but it's Thunder going down first and foremost. Derpy's going to fall down, though, so it's a nice trade coming in from Smurf, but losing Ricky late there is just not what you wanted to see as Smurf from on high trying to get away, but they're going to go down as well. This is a nice fight win by Dark Mode.
Yeah, Dark Mode flexing the skill and showing why we kind of put them in that boat with TBD as the co-favorites to try and win this whole thing. They just, once they get rolling and they're on the same page, it's tough for any team to be able to beat them.
It really is. Sheer Khan finding Ryan Guy with a whip shot already. Just suppose a reset for... Oh no, Voltic Cake using the Transcendence there is not what you want to see either, though. I mean, you keep people alive, but you're wasting an ultimate that could have been used in this next fight, especially with Dark Mode having so many ultimates on board.
Yeah, this tank trio for Dark Mode is absolutely insane. I mean, their supports are cracked as well, but Derpy being able to play that Rhine that they love to play, and then Coco and Matt Merck are just absolutely insane.
Yeah, the grab did come out from Coco. Not going to find anything, but now there's the sound barrier coming in from Ryan Guy. Shatter is out from Smurf. Not going to find anyone, and everyone goes down to Derpy's Shatter in response. Grab did come out from Melophobia, and Ryan Guy has been felled out. Mattmerk very low, but the healing's there from the supports of Dark Mode, and Smurf is going to be felled out already. This is not looking good for Crazy 88. It's getting to that dire stage. 2 minutes to go on their attack.
Yeah, this is exactly what happened to Shiki for in the previous matchup against Dark Mode. The one thing that opened things up was Shiki's Diva was able to find 2 or 3 with the Diva Bomb. I mean, Ricky should be able to build up to at least one more before the end of this, but the only thing they're looking at in this next fight is a Transcendence.
Yeah, not looking too good for them already, especially with Ryan Guy going down there late. Sets down to 1:30 here, Ray. Things are looking even worse, from bad to worse right now for Crazy 88s as they're rotating out, but they're walking into more and more ultimates. This ultimate rotation from Dark Mode has just been stellar on their defensive phase as Matt Merck looking for a play to come through. Melophobia is going to find Coco out. Though that is a huge play for Crazy 88s. Now they do not have to worry about that damage. Self-destruct coming in. Mattmerk is going to fall down, but trades still keep coming in from both of these two squads with a grab or a sound mirror coming in from OK That's Bait. Going to help stabilize Dark Mode for the moment. Shatter not going to find anything. Derpy very low at the moment, though. They need to get the healing onto their Rhine. Keep them in the fight, and they do so with the rally from Kashir Khan. There's the self-destruct out, but not going to find anything quite just yet. Melophobia has this grab. It needs to be able to find something, but Coco's found Smurf out. That just has to be a full-sale reset for Crazy 88. They cannot afford to lose anyone else.
You can't. You're going to get one more attempt at this push. Melophobia has this grab, and Danny, they're going to build up to it just in time. This is going to be tough sledding. 88s have to find a pick in the mid-fight. They do not have the ults to be able to beat Dark.
Oh, and the Shatter just might have settled the door, and Crazy 88's all sent them packing. Dark Mode find all the picks necessary with Derpy just laying it all down there, as that is going to be the map. Perhaps there obviously still 5 seconds to go, but there's going to have to be a chance to a touch. Smurf trying to get there, but no one's going to get there in the end. Dark Mode take map number 2, tying it up, sending us to a map number 3.
Yeah, as both these maps, each team has dominated. Crazy 88's dominated. Ilia's Dark Mode comes in and throttles the 88s in their momentum that they have been able to build up as we're tied 1-1. Dark Mode has awakened. So for Crazy 88s, you've awoken the beast. How do you respond? Both teams are against the wall. Whoever wins is moving on to the winners finals and is done for the day. Whoever loses, they have to fight for their lives in the losers semifinals to be able to keep themselves in this tournament.
Yeah, well, we'll see how this comes out from either of these two teams. Obviously, interestingly enough, we are going to be heading to Volskaya Industries here, Rand. I don't think I've really seen.
Let's go. I love Volskaya.
What was that? Oh, Ray, that was not a dance move. Never.
That wasn't a
do that again.
dance.
No, never do that again.
It wasn't
Please
a
never,
dance.
No, please never do that again. I'm second-handedly embarrassed for you for doing that. But now we go into Volskaya Industries here. I'm very excited to see this map. This is the first time I've seen it in this tournament so far, at least from my hand experience from watching streams. I haven't really been watching them thoroughly, but I'm very excited to see this map.
I've casted Anubis. I haven't been able to cast any of these other two CP maps, so I'm very excited. I mean, it's been cold here in Texas. I mean, it's starting to warm up a little bit, and it's going to be nice to go to the nice wintry, snowy, chilly winds of Russia for Volskaya Industries.
Man, what do you know about cold? It's -3 here.
You guys are used to it.
Yeah, no, I'm not used to it. I don't like it that cold.
I'm also half Canadian, so I do know the cold, okay? I used to live in Canada.
It's -3, man. It's not okay. But, yeah, Volskaya Industries is going to be the map of choice, and I believe we have gotten the swap of sides yet again with Dark Mode going back over to the defense, looking to close it out here with a nice full hold on point number 1.
Trying to replicate exactly what they did on King's Row. The momentum has now shifted back into their favor. Guess the question is, where are the mentals currently at for 88s? Like, that had to have been an extremely frustrating loss there. I mean, it was a great defense, all things considered, only, allowing them to cap with 17 seconds. But for them to not be able to get a single tick on that point, I'm just hoping that they're able to keep it together and come onto Volskaya and put up a great show.
Yeah, as I do actually have an update for you on CGL 2. It looks like Redbird did take it on map number 3. So they are going to be facing up against TBD on stream number 2. Make sure to check that out. Actually, have them both open. Especially if you have Windows, you can do this nice little thing where you split your screen in half and watch both at the same time. So you should probably do that. And just watch both of these matchups, because, I mean, why wouldn't you?
Yeah, of course. I mean, it's all so many talented teams, so many talented players, and it's GOATs, man. It's classic brawl Overwatch, man. I mean, yes, did it last too long in the past? It did, but everyone loved this comp. It's nice to revisit every now and then.
What's football? If you're watching football, NFL football, what are you doing? There's still gonna be more NFL after this week, so. Stick around, stay watching CGL GOATs, the GOATs tournament here today and tomorrow. Finals is going to be tomorrow. But we'll see how this can work as a nice song comes in already from Kashir Khan, forcing Ricky very low at the moment. Smurf as well, super low. The healing is going to be there for the moment, but nothing's really doing. Ricky's still very low at the moment, trying to come around. Coco's going to find Thunder, though. They are just trying to focus them now, but the healing is just too strong as Coco stays alive and helps them take Ricky out of the fight as Dark Mode take fight 1.
Yeah, unfortunately, as we just saw, Ricky went to go make a big play and try and find a pick. But in the meantime, because your Diva's not there being able to eat that damage, the rest of the team just collapses once the Reinhardt goes down, and that's just very unfortunate for the 88th. The question is, which direction do they look to try and attack? I think the best way is exactly where they're going, is swinging wide and taking that direction on the point. But Dark Mode's ready to meet them here.
Already there, ready to go. Rallies out from Kashir Khan, as well as the grab from Coco. They do find Danny, though. It's a nice early pick from Crazy 88s. Now with a self-destruct coming through. Shatter as well from Smurf and Derpy, knocking down everyone on the floor. But in the end, it's Crazy 88s coming out.
As they're going to get... Oh, is the Karshikan's there. Yeah, that's going to be a cleanup for the 88s, and that's going to be a point cap because of the late staggers they were able to get on MacMurk, onto MacMurk and Karshikan. So very well played by the 88s. They just played that patient. They're able to build up to those ults, and they just used them extremely effectively. When I thought they were going to get caught off guard with the Dark Mode meeting them there so aggressively.
Yes, now they are going to come out. As Ryan guys already found, okay, that's bait. Now they can use this the sound bearer to just go in all super aggressively. Transcendence had to be used there by Danny. There's the self-destruct in from Ricky, trying to take down. No, they do take down 2. Okay, that's bait. And Derpy have fallen down. This is just going to be a huge, quick capture coming in from Crazy 88s with all the picks going their way. This is what they call in the business a snowball here, Ray. But there's still an opportunity for Dark Mode to come back into this point. They've got the grab from Coco to use, but Derpy's going to be taken down already. Thunder's going to be fouled out, though, so there's still a chance. But now all the picks coming in the way of 88s. This should just wrap it up. Matt Merck just a little bit too late to get back onto the point. 4 minutes and 13 seconds on the board for Crazy 88s.
And that's the beauty of 2CP. You're able to build up to those ults in that first fight, come in and aggressively use them and get the pick. So very well played from the side of Crazy 88s, especially after, taking quite a defeat on Kingsor to come back and come out, get 4 minutes on that time bank and put yourself in a great position. Now the pressure goes back onto the side of Dark Mode. Can they match the 88s, or are they going to be looking at getting sent to that lower bracket? I mean, they had a really promising defense going. They took about half the time off the clock, but I feel like they went aggressive and tried to catch the 88s out in that room that they were trying to go through, but in that same boat, they kind of just spread out a little bit too much, and they didn't have enough focus fire on the right targets, and the 88s were able to take advantage of that and find the picks.
Yeah, as now they are going to come through, and, well, obviously looking to replicate Crazy 88's attacking prowess, or are they going to be fouled out here and taken down already? That is all going to be fouled out on the next time on. And then we go to the, I don't know.
Next time on CGL Goats.
What's the, what's the anime that does that? Oh, it's the JoJo, right? It's the JoJo ending.
I thought you were talking, the ending. I thought you were talking about the announcement, because that was like Dragon Ball Z ending we were calling.
Oh, I don't know. But then they do the intro, or that music. But, that was nice. Sorry, we got sidetracked here. ADHD moment coming in from Joker's Ransom on the mic. But this is already, oh my goodness, Dark Mode's just taking this point immediately. Just dismantled the defense of Crazy 88s in a record time.
Yeah, they just came out like with all this aggression and this anger, like. It seems like they were just mad about giving up both those points so easily. They're able to cap both points. They didn't have to use a single ult. And well, let's see if this is going to happen like true snowball fashion. Coco's already aggressive all the way up on this high ground, looking to push in already. Absolutely ridiculous. No team has actually built up any ultimates. Like that's how fast that first fight went.
That's the good thing for Crazy 88s. You can build up these ultimates in this fight here. If they do so, and especially with finding, okay, that's bait out of the fight, no more speed boost available, and that's just going to help Crazy 88s in the long run, taking Derpy out of the fight, and that's going to be the reset coming in from Dark Mode.
And now you're able to even the playing field if you're 88. You win that fight. Now both teams are essentially going to have even footing in the ultimate economy coming into these next few fights. So 88 is all just going to be about how do you look to position yourselves in these fights and being able to rotate. Do you want to play aggressive outside and hold them and stop them from being able to take this high ground? Are they going to look to, try and hold the high ground as much as possible? This box tends to be a very safe place that we tend to see teams hold. How does Dark Mode want to approach this attack is a big question.
Yeah, right now it just looks like they're going to be running it down mid with a grab coming in from both Coco and Melophobia. Shatter in response. Nothing's really fouled out quite just yet with the grabs, or the Transcendence is being used, and Matt Merck on the point with the self-destruct. Shatter comes through from Derpy, taking Melophobia very low, and Coco going to be able to follow it up with the raid boss down coming through from Thunder with the rally on board, but Coco's found another pick onto Bolting Cake, and they've already gotten 2 points on capture points so far, as they are still looking for more. Ricky going to be taken out of mech, and this might just be it, especially if they get off point for too long, with the grab coming through from Coco, cleaning it up, as that is going to be that. 16 seconds more had Dark Mode on their attack.
Yeah, as that 2-minute time drain coming out on the 2 CP maps that they had to implement, but I mean, very impressive coming from both teams. Essentially, it's similar time banks. The only thing you might say if you're dark mode is this is only if you're in a first point situation. The 16 seconds probably gives you an opportunity to take one more attack on first point. If it's second point, you don't have enough time to get from spawn to the point in 16 seconds. So we're going to have to see with coming in. The problem was, so dark mode on their attack for this first point, they absolutely dominated and got the point A very fast. Crazy 88s, it took them much longer. It took them almost half their time bank. So I feel like slightly favored dark mode based on how these attacks went for both these teams.
Yeah. Yeah, it's been very close, but I mean, that's just that that attacking phase that came through from dark mode, especially on that first point, is going to, if they can replicate, that's just going to bode hugely for these overtime rounds here, Ray.
Couldn't agree more. Yeah, like I said, basically, not that these teams won't make any changes, but if everything stays the same, dark mode's going to have a huge advantage because they were able to cap the point so much faster than the 88s. As the gates are now going to open, it's all coming down to extra innings between these two talented teams. Who's going to punch their ticket into the winners finals?
We shall see here, Ray, or we could also just see a tie and we can just go to another game match. But we'll see if that is going to be the case. Smurf is going to find because you're gone already, and this might just be a replication of the dark mode's attack with Crazy 88s taking that, flipping the roles into their favor. Derpy's out of the fight. Matt Merck very low as well, but so is Ricky. Not going to be able to get. They're going to be able to get the orb coming in from Bolton Cake, but, well, not any longer, as they are going to be fouled out by Danny, but they now have this point available. Ricky is going to go down out of the mech, but still, this point is very much takeable by Dark Mode as they come through with a grab from Coco, just wrapping it up. All the kills going thanks to Coco's grab.
Just tying a nice bow on top of a really patient fight for Dark Mode. Backing up when they lost a couple players, allow their team to be able to get back, and then they re-engage with that grab and make things happen. However, 88s are going to have the ult advantage coming next fight because they will have the Graviton Surge to be able to use.
Yeah, it's now play is going to come out. Ricky trying to dislodge people from on high, and hopefully it does. Not anything right at the moment. Matt Merck has his self-destruct available to go into this, but there's going to be the grab coming in from Melophobia in response. Shatter as well, but Ryan Guy goes down. They did get the sound barrier out and ready, so they can get that overhelp for the moment. The Smurf is very low, going to fall down. The Transcendent's not going to be there in time, and this just might be it, Ray. This is looking really good for Dark Mode as there's 7 seconds remaining, and they've held them at the doors. There's just no chance to take this map unless there is a tie. This Crazy 88s are on their last life.
As Dark Mode has now set the win condition. The line has been drawn in the sand. All we have to do to send ourselves to the winners finals and be done for the day is get a single tick on this first point. Crazy 88's got to hope to force a draw and move on to map number 4 and see what happens there. So for Dark Mode, we saw how their first attack went, Joker, and it was just absolutely dominating. They took their first point within like 30 seconds. So that's not boding well for Crazy 88s, but they have a chance to talk about it. After, seeing how it went, they might want to look to defend different positions, or they're going to change things up. So how will this affect things? As, again, it's tough when you only have, it's a one tick and you're out.
All I'm saying is, Ray, that Dark Mode should be throwing Coco a pizza party after that hold coming, thankfully, off the back of Coco. If Coco does not get that grab when they did, there's just no... this could be a whole different ball game right now. They probably get at least 1 or 2 ticks, and then, or even that first point, and then we're talking about a completely different match right now.
Agreed. As the time ticks down, situation is clear. Dark Mode just needs a single tick, and they're headed to the winners finals. Let's see how it goes, Joker.
Again, where's Symmetra, right? Where's the Symmetra TP to the point? They are going to be taking it a little bit more defensively. Is Crazy 88's holding it a bit more back for the moment? It's going to help out. It's going to work for the moment, but Ricky's very low. They need to keep Ricky in this mech. This has just been a very big thing throughout the series so far. Ricky getting demeched very quickly, but so far they're so good. Crazy 88's take that first fight.
Yeah, Derpy went for the pin. I mean, it was pretty much a losing fight anyway. They were just hoping to find a cheeky little pick. Weren't able to find it, as the 88s playing so far stylishly on this defense. Already taken, 30 seconds off the clock, as Dark Mode's going to get pretty much 2 more attempts at this, as both teams are building up to a lot of these ultimates.
Yeah, as now they are going to come out from this. This is going to be the rotation in from Crazy 88s on to Dark Mode, forcing them into the garage for the moment, rotating around though. Still very low. Melophobia is going to stay alive for the moment, but there's the transcendence coming in from Danny, trying to keep things going their way. There's the grab from Melophobia. Can they find a pick? There's the rally out from Thunder, as well as the sound barrier to try and keep things going their way as Ricky eats the grab from Coco. It's huge. It's a huge play coming in. They might be able to hold on for the moment with Derpy falling down. Now that's the go sign for Crazy 88s to get those stagger kills, but not going to be able to find anything. They do find Danny late. 35 seconds to go here, right?
Now, one final attempt for Dark Mode to try and punch their ticket into the winners finals. Both teams are looking at Shatter Diva Bomb combinations. We don't see these two ults comboed as much. You normally see the bomb comboed with the grab. So I'm excited. Who's going to make the big play to either keep the hopes alive for the 88s or send Dark Mode to the winners finals?
We shall see in this fight breaking out. Smurf very close to this Shatter as well. The duels from the Divas on the point. Smurf very low though, needs to get that healing. Shatter's gonna come in from Derpy, laying down 3, and that's gonna take Smurf out of the fight. Melophobia falls down as well. Grab comes out from Coco, and that's probably about, well, it is definitely about it. With the overtime bar ticking away, it's not gonna matter as there's everyone on point from Dark Mode, and that's the map, that's the series. Dark Mode has booked their ticket to the winners finals.
And the answer to the question, Joker, was Derpy. Derpy's the one who comes in the 9th hour with the huge shatter to send Dark Mode to the winners finals. Crazy 88s were so close to forcing a map number 4, but Derpy said no. We are ending this right here, right now, and we're going to be waiting for you guys, hopefully, in the grand finals. But for now, they punched the ticket to the winners finals.
Yeah, they punched their tickets to the winners finals, waiting obviously for their matchup between TBD and Redbird Esports, which is happening on CGL_2, which you should definitely go check out while we are going to be headed to a break, while we get our losers round 3 matchup ready for you in just a second here. So go check out that stream. Come back when we're back live with the losers round 3 matchup.
Let's free fall. I'm so caught in
Yo. Cash and the ticket is yours. Cash and the ticket is yours. Yo. Cash and the ticket is yours. Cash and the ticket is yours. Cash and the ticket is yours. Yo. Cash and the ticket is yours. Yours.
Or inside here, you get an insight and you know something, but you don't want to say it out loud because you're kind of afraid that it's not going to be really true and it'll spoil the whole thing for you, But when somebody makes you say it, then, and it's true, then it just makes it more beautiful of a thing.
All right, everyone, welcome back to the CGL top 16 for the bracket play. We've got a matchup between Shikigami and Glacier Overwatch here in the losers round number 3 here. We were going to be seeing the Boston's Finest versus 48 or 4+4 versus Renaissance, whoever won that, but obviously there's not a winner of the 4+4 Renaissance match, so we've gone down to the other side of the bracket for the moment here, and we'll see, well, who we're gonna see matching up between TBD and Redbird Esports, which is still happening over on CGL_2, and that was just map number 2, just going the way of TBD, so it's all tied up going into map number 3, so we're going to see a victor there after that quite soon, perhaps, but right now, we've got Shikigami versus Glacier Overwatch.
So just a little bit of an update for you guys. The score was reported for that Renaissance and 4+4 game. 4+4 taking the victory 2-0. So believe that match will be on CGL 2 after they conclude the game between Redbirds and TBD. So make sure to look out for that as well. But we'll take a little bit of a microscopic zoom in on this series, Shikigami versus Glacier. So let's take a look at that Shikigami roster. I'm sure everyone recognizes the brand, the name Shikigami, but they tend to, just like any, org in tier 2, they tend to change up their roster quite a lot. So this is the roster they're rocking with today: Solo, Walex, Talisman, Graveyard, Paradox, and Salami Boy.
Yeah, that's going to be the roster for them here. And then if we go take a look at Glacier Overwatch, we've got Glacier, Ribber, and Xanathobic on the tank line. And then Muma, Gorilla, and Cooper rounding it out. Obviously, Muma of ex-Overwatch League fame here, moving over to the support line after they have left, Overwatch League. So now they are going to be playing Brigitte in this matchup here. So I'm interested to see how they take this, because it's going to be really hard to adjust my mind remembering all of Season 2 of Outlaws with Muma playing the tank.
Yeah, I'm a big Outlaws fan, so remembering him, playing Ryan, playing Orisa, playing Winston, it's always going to be big memories in my head as we do map choice, as we focus in on that. This is the third round of the losers, so just like the winners in the third round that we had previously, Ilios is the map of choice coming in to this round number 3.
Yeah, still first to 2 here, Ray, so we're going to be seeing an outcome hopefully in the first 3 maps here. We could also go to a the fourth map, just because, 2CP is in the map pool, so we could always get that draw on there. But right now we do have a pause coming in from one of these 2 teams. We're waiting to see what's wrong, and then we'll head right into the game whenever they're ready to go.
Yeah, one thing we can tell you guys is it looks like we are starting on Ruins. So, which is going to be really fun, because to me, that's on Ilios. That's like the most classic Brawl map. Even like when we're in more of a divey meta and Winston tends to be the name of the game, you can still see teams rolling out on Brawl compositions on this map specifically. So it's going to be extremely well suited to playing goats.
Interesting. So I have the opposite take of you there, Ray, because when I think of goats, I think of this map still being people would still not solely play goats on this map. This would be a map that you'd see Widowmaker still come out, anything else really. So it was never the end-all be-all composition on this point. Again, it's still a good Brawl point, but again, it wasn't the end-all be-all goats map.
Well, that's in a situation where, Widow is on the field. They're hard stuck into Brawl, so this is a very like brawly style map, so I definitely can see this working out very well. I mean, yeah, when you're in a map like this, or Numbani or something like that, yeah, Widow's always going to be like a cheeky little pick for those maps. But all in all, this tends to be more of a brawl centric map.
Yeah, so we are getting Cooper back into the lobby, it looks like. So we are just waiting for the readies to come through from both of these two teams, and that looks to be the case, as we've got the ready from Solo and Salami Boy, but that's just the readies from Shikigami. Still waiting for the readies from Glacier.
Yeah, as we mentioned, I mean, in the previous series, what we saw it boil down to a lot of the times was the Briggs getting picked early, and then Diva Mechs being focused down extremely early. So I'm curious to see how this match is going to evolve. There was previous matches in the group stage where it came down to, the Rhine focus down. That's what you normally think in GOATs, because everyone's doing their job to go and protect that Rhine. Is you just take down the Rhine and the rest of the team crumbles. But if you can find those little nuances and subtle positioning errors that you can get, like if a Brig pushes just a little bit too forward, you can pick her off. If a Diva takes too much of an off angle looking for a pick, you can demek her. So gonna see how these teams do. As Shikigami, they took a big loss to dark mode in the quarterfinals of the winners, but they're back here in the finals of the losers.
Yeah, now we are loading in for the moment, and obviously Graveyard cannot stay on Winston because that would be a forfeit of the map. We don't really want to see that happen for them here and now. But they are going to be moving over to their Brigitte for the match as we are loading out of spawn, coming through here from Shikigami and Glacier. Glacier on Glacier, the namesake of Glacier Overwatch, on the Reinhardt here, dueling it out with Solo on the point. A lot of people already low, and River is going to be fouled out already, but they are going to trade it back immediately. Solo no longer on the field, and you'll take that all day if you're Glacier Overwatch. You're looking for that upper hand in this currently, as Talisman looking for some plays on the side with these micro missiles, with the shots coming in from the Diva Blasters, but still nothing doing quite just yet. No one's in the upper hand at the moment, but Glacier Overwatch has gotten out of the point with a rally coming out from Muma here, trying to keep things going. That's going to be the point going their way, but Muma's out of the fight now. Transcendence coming in from Paradox, trying to keep things going in their favor with a self-destruct coming in. Gonna take Salami Boy out of the fight. Glacier Overwatch continuing to hold on to the point for the moment, while it's still, though, trying to beam people down with a pin coming in from Glacier. Going to be taken down. Shatter comes out from Solo. This could still be an opportunity for Shikigami to come back to this point and take it in their hand. The point is being procced by both teams, but River's going to fall down. This is still anyone's point, but Shikigami's going to be able to flip it over, and now they should be able to get their hands on this point for the moment.
Yeah, very well played by Shikigami, I don't think it's considered, because it felt like in that first fight, they had an exchange between the Rhine and the Zarya. Shiki was able to keep their Zarya and allow them to keep this damage up as they're continuing to chase these spawn campers, these stragglers. But for Shikigami, they did a great job of constantly having Walex alive to be able to output a lot of this damage and just be extremely patient, because I felt like they were always in control, but they had to give up some percentage in order to ensue this commanding control they now have.
Yeah, as the grab's going to get eaten up by Xantho there for Glacier Overwatch. They're going to take now Solo down as well with the grab coming out from River. That should just be the fight done and dusted. But now they are going to invest Rally and those Transcendence and the Sound Bear from Shikigami to try to keep the hold going in their favor. And they do take Muma out of the fight. Still, they are going to be still working on the back foot at the moment with Glacier and Xantho using their ultimates respectively, but they've lost River yet again, who continuously going down in these fights early on. That's just not going to bode well for Glacier as Shikigami comes back strong and continues their hold on the point.
Yeah, Shikigami's patience is continuing to shine strong in this matchup as now the grab's going to come out and it's just going to be cleanup duty for Shiki.
Yeah, Shikigami continuing the hold. Paradox hitting those last 2 kills there. It's looking really good for Shikigami so far here, Ray. As they do have ultimates from Glacier Overwatch, though, to come back into this. They're going to have the rally to invest early on, and that's what they're going to do here first and foremost. Go in, try to get this, retake this point, but Xantho's going to be so low, going to have to use the self-destruct to get back into the fight. River's going to get their grab eaten. It's still anyone's point at the moment, but Shiki's got the upper hand, but Talisman's going to go off the side of the map, so Glacier Overwatch have this advantage and are going to be able to keep pushing it forward here. Graveyards use their rally in response to trying to get some health, get that armor up and procced, but it's just not going to be enough. Glacier Overwatch comes back at the 11th hour and takes back the point.
As they're able to breathe a sigh of relief just a little bit, as that was very well played by Muma. Gets a good whip shot onto Talisman and pushes him back enough to where the momentum, from the charge as well, coming in from Glacier, it just forces Talisman off the map before the boosters come back in, and getting that D.Va off the field pretty much saved them. So now you get to come back. Shiki, a lot of ults to be able to work with. There's the D.Va bomb.
Self-destruct comes through from Talisman. Not going to find anyone, though, but Xantho very low. Going to get that health back. Going to stay alive for the moment, but right now, not something to keep... they are going to stay alive, and Solo's going to go off the side of the map. So this is still looking good for Glacier Overwatch. They're going to be keep things going. Gorilla very low. Going to stay alive. Going to take Graveyard out, and Glacier Overwatch are going to keep a hold of this point. 72 and counting.
As now we tick down to the final fight territory for both of these teams. And look at the ultimates Glacier has been able to build in the meantime. They're going to have 4 ultimates to be able to, or 5 ultimates to be able to commit to this fight. As Shiki really only looking at 3 in the meantime. Can Glacier overwhelm with their ultimates, or will Shiki be able to find a quick and early pick?
River gonna find Salami Boy out is massive. That sound barrier, that speed boost no longer available. Grav did come out from Wallix. Solo's so low though. Gonna be staying alive, but going down in the end. The rally's out from Muma. Gonna be able to get that over health, that armor on to Glacier Overwatch, and that should be enough to hold out on Ruins for Glacier Overwatch as they clean up the remaining members of Shikigami. Salami Boy trying as they will to stay alive, but that's just not going to happen. Glacier Overwatch take round number 1.
Insane so far coming out from both of these teams. 99-99, what more could you ask for in a first round? But Glacier, they just never gave up. I mean, despite being down 99-20, coming back in, Glacier on this Ryan has been absolutely dominating. Has found Solo time and time again with these charges and getting him off the map. And it seems like Glacier's doing a good job at finding early cheeky picks and very interesting ones at certain times. Like I look back at, the Talisman D.Va kill, they're able to find off the edge and, charging off Solo on the edge. So they're able to find key picks when they need it and when their backs are against the walls.
Yeah, very true indeed. Is now they are going over to Well here, and this is going to be a really key place, especially if these Lucios can find good value. Not even just the Lucios, the Briggs as well with those whip shots can be huge to decide a fight. Glacier going to be very low, though, at the moment. Going to be staying alive, though, and Solo's the one to go down first and foremost, and that's just a huge pick coming in from Muma for Glacier Overwatch. It's just going to force back Shikigami here. They do lose Glacier in the meanwhile. It's a nice exit kill from Salami Boy, but again, it's just not going to be enough to change the tide of the fight.
Yeah, as again, the spawners will just be coming back in for Glacier very quickly as Shiki now back against the wall. However, in the meantime, Wallix has built up this Graviton search extremely quickly. However, Gorilla has matched him in the Transcendence charge, so it's not going to matter as this is going to be quite the fight for Shiki. I feel like you really need to get some momentum back on your side and win this next fight.
Yeah, definitely as the rotation's going to come in. Oh, there's the grab out from River early on. Both grabs coming out. It's a lot of ultimates coming through, trying to take this fight. Self-destruct's coming through, and it's Cooper going down, but Paradox falls down as well to Xantho's self-destruct. So it's still anyone's point at the moment. Talisman from the back trying to take down River, who's so high charged right now, but it's still going to be Glacier Overwatch coming out on top of these kills. They keep forcing back Shikigami for the moment.
unfortunately, that's another big problem with Talisman being behind like that. You're not able to eat for the rest of your team, and Glacier's just able to focus down the entirety of Shikigami while Talisman's just in the back trying to find a pick. So now you're in a position where you're Shikigami, where the pressure is mounting and the percentage is mounting for Glacier Overwatch. You're probably only going to be able to get one big attack here, one final push to try and make something happen.
One final push indeed, as especially since they don't have any ultimates on the board yet here, Ray. I mean, obviously you can build ultimates up very quickly in GOATs. Rally's going to come out, though, from Muma early on. Going to get that over health coming in for Glacier Overwatch for this fight coming in. They're just going to go charging forward. Glacier taking Graveyard down. Shatter's out from Glacier as well. Going to be able to take down a couple of players. Solos tried to respond, but just not going to happen with Grav coming in from Wallix, but it's just not going to be enough. Then that's probably just it there, Ray, with the Rally coming in from Graveyard, trying to get to the point. Overtime still being procced by Shikigami, but they need to find a pick, and they need to find it now. But Salami Boy is out of the fight. Paradox is going to have this Transcendence, and they are going to be using it to stay alive for the meanwhile. But once that goes down, this is going to be really hard to stay in now, especially with the Grav coming in on from River, and they're just going to be able to force that C9. Glacier Overwatch take map number 1.
Yeah, and after that first map, Glacier was able to find the momentum they needed. I mean, ever since it was 99 to about, 29, 30, whatever that was, Glacier has not looked back. They've been the dominant team. They found their momentum, found their rhythm. Both teams have been kind of waiting around for a little while, waiting for the streams to catch up, as all the games going forward are going to be on stream. So, both teams came in a little cold, but it seems like Glacier has heated up and they are singing on all cylinders. Muma has really impressed me on this Brig, being able to build up this Rally extremely quickly, and is helping Glacier just continuously, be the dominant Reinhardt and keep him alive.
Yeah, I mean, obviously, it's very prevalent in the world that the glaciers are melting because of how hot the world is getting, and that's how hot Glacier Overwatch is right now. And well, we've got the first, I don't believe we've got the map choice coming in quite just yet. Just waiting to see what it is going to be here in a second. But I'm expecting King's Row, but hey, there could be a bait and switch coming in from Shikigami, but that is not going to be the case today here, Ray. We are headed back to King's Row.
To me, normally I can be a person where it's like, oh, they're picking King's Row. Oh, they're picking King's Row. No, this is GOATs. Pick King's Row. Like this is just a quintessential GOATs map. Like, you shouldn't be picking any other map other than King's Row for hybrid in a GOAT situation. So very excited to see this load up for both of these teams. As we mentioned, this is a 1st to 2. So Glacier just has to win one more map, and they will be moving on to the winners, to loser semifinals. And keep in mind, loser will be headed home.
Yeah. Yeah, this is. I agree with you. We're probably going to see only King's Row unless the team, for some reason, wants to play Winston. And I don't really know why we would see Winston. It's just. Yeah. There's. I mean, it's not like a set map pool, so there wasn't a reason. I feel like the only reason we ever really saw Winston was because of set map pools in Owl and such like that. So they oh my goodness, I've lost my train of thought. The only reason we saw Winston in like Owl was because of those set map pools, getting us to go to like Dorado, getting us to go to like Nimbani, which were very high ground oriented points. Hey. Oh well. That's a tangent we don't need to really get into. But we are about to head into King's Row in any second now here, Ray.
Yes, all the pressure is now on Shikigami to try and match this series and send us to map number 3, or they will be headed home. Their CGL GOATs journey will come to an end. The big thing again is it felt like Glacier did a good job of just finding, picks in like unconventional ways. Like, it's not like, oh, they just mowed the Reinhardt down. It's like, oh, they got the Diva out of position and took her out. They were able to get Diva off the edge. They're able to charge the Rhino off the edge. So if you are Shiki, you can just clean up some of that. I feel like you have a chance, after that first map, though, in 99-99, you'll be right back in this series.
As we are getting the readies from both teams, it looks like, yes, we are. And we are loading into Kings Row, and we'll see, well, how this map will play out. Again, will Glacier take this map, and will they book their ticket to play? Has that map been finished yet? No, it has not. So who will they play? The losers of Redbird Eastwards versus TBD, and we'll figure it out in a few short moments, hopefully.
That we will, as it is looking pretty favorable toward TBD in the moment. I mean, you never know what's going to happen, but just to give you guys a little bit of an update, TBD has taken the driver's seat for sure in the final map, which is on Hanamura. As now we, focus back on this series, Kings Row, Glacier up 1-0 on Shikigami. I mean, we're not seeing, any kind of weirdness. The one thing we have seen is this attack on Kings Row, trying to get first point, it can be daunting as an attacking team. It relies heavily on you being able to get a quick and early and often pick, or you could be taking up so much time just to push through and get this point.
Yeah, we will see as the attack. Shikigami going to be on the attack here. Glacier, Overwatch obviously opting to defend now. So we'll see if they can get this spot, this full point hold, or are we going to see more of this map today in this matchup? Well, we'll only find out when all the everything's done and dusted, as that's going to be Glacier taking Graveyard out already. And that should be that fight already gone to the wayside, as Talisman is going to be taken out of mech. That's going to be that here, as Solo falling down as well.
Yeah, very impressive so far coming out from Glacier. Again, their dominance in this series is continuing to shine through very strong, as Muma's in a great position on this brig. However, Glacier is down. Flew a little bit close to the sun, did you, Glacier? Now you're melted.
Yeah, it's not looking good here, as Shikigami's just going to get some capture percentage going, especially with Gorilla going down here. There is definitely a chance for a recontest. I don't know if we're going to see it, though, with Gorilla going down there. They are going to have the rally available. Are they going to get to the point in time? There's the grab coming out from Wildix to try to hold Glacier Overwatch at bay for the moment. Still, nothing doing quite just yet. Ripper's going to fall down. Self-destruct coming out from Xantho, coming through. Solos goes down. You've still got to stay on point if you are Glacier Overwatch. They've but still, there is definitely a chance for Glacier Overwatch to keep the hold going. Shatter is out while it's so low. Still somehow alive. They are going to go down in the end. Glacier falls down as well. Xantho out of mech. This still is a chance, though, for Glacier Overwatch to get the hold going. But the self-destruct coming through from the Shatter. That should just be about it for the for point one, as Shikigami take it.
Yeah, we say all that, but again, that still took half the time on the clock for Shikigami. So all things considered, Glacier was able to take up so much of the time off the clock. So well done. I mean, imagine if Glacier hadn't overstayed his welcome on that spawn hold there. It would have been tough sledding. So that's kind of like the point I was talking about, how that point A attack can be so daunting for the attackers. Is now the good thing, because of the way that point ended, you're able to get past the archways without having to take a fight there. So your first fight's going to be on this bookstore corner, which is a lot easier than having to push through those arches.
Yeah, definitely. As now the re-engage is going to come in from Glacier Overwatch. They are still waiting it out. They don't have any ultimates to really engage with besides that rally that Muma has in fact popped. There's the grab coming in from Wallix, but there's the self-destruct and the grab coming in from Shikigami, and Cooper going to be taken out thanks to that self-destruct. As well, Xantho going down after all that said and done. Shatter is going to be invested by Glacier, though, trying to turn it back into their favor, and they found Gorillas found Wallix as well, but they've lost Glacier in the back line, and they're going to have to regroup.
Yeah, these spawns for the defense for where the point is at for Glacier absolutely devastating. Losing Glacier basically forces you to have to back up and allow Shikigami to take space while your Ryan Cooper goes back to pick up Glacier. They will be able to take a fight aggressively here in this final hallway, especially if they take it quickly. They have an opportunity to force 2 more fights out of Shikigami before this point B capture.
Yeah, the engage coming in, a nice shatter comes out from Solo, and that's going to be all they really need, as that is going to be the fight already finished off the back of that shatter.
And the big question is, can they 5 Xenophobic on the way out? It doesn't look like it. So the question is, will Glacier look to try and take another fight here? It doesn't look like they will. That's going to be the cap coming in for Shikigami. They will have 4 minutes to get this 3rd point, but we've seen time and time again, if Glacier can dig their heels in, this fight is extremely important, because this is the position defensively where you can waste a lot of time.
Well, that self-destruct came in from Talisman, but it just goes into the bottom there, as there's going to be Wallach's grab eaten up. Xantho coming in with a 2K bomb as well. Glacier comes in, takes Solo off the side of the map as well. And that's going to be Glacier Overwatch coming back on the defense.
I feel like that little edge right there in GOATs, this is the first match I've seen in a while where that's actually come into effect, with the Diva Bomb going down there and then Glacier charging Solo down there. So very interesting, as Glacier's not going to look to take the high ground here. I don't think Shikigami was expecting this.
Yeah, probably not, as the shatter has come out from Glacier there. Solo is on the ground thanks to the Brigitte stun as well. Gorilla has popped their Transcendence in the meanwhile, as Solo's going to fall down yet again. It's a nice play coming in from Glacier to just take out Solo and help Glacier Overwatch keep things going their way.
Yeah, once again, just the strong positions that Glacier are able to hold here defensively, because they were able to dig their heels in and win that team fight, is absolutely nutty. As we see the Ryan cheeky play there, but Shikigami was well aware and countered it.
What happens? There's rule bucking? Something's rule bucked? We'll figure it out in the second here. But the play is going to come in from... the grab's going to come out. There's the self-destruct out from Xantho as well, as there's the rally in response. Movement's going to keep going. The shatter's going to come through. Solo's very low, going to be taken down and out of the fight. All of them in spawn for the moment. I think we should probably pause because they want to rule buck.
We're going to have to see. It looks like they're going to push out and continue to try and take this fight. They're going to have this Graviton Surge online. However, Gorilla is going to be right there ready with this Transcendence. But Talisman's going to have the bomb. That's the kicker in this next fight.
Yeah, yeah, they are going to come in. There's a self-destruct out from Talisman. Not going to find them out here. The rally's going to come through from... No, I'm sorry, I didn't see the rally coming out at all. As there's going to be something, they are going to come in. There's the grab coming in from River as well. Self-destruct out from Xantho, as that is going to be coming in. Salami Boy is going to go down as well, as that is going to be the fight one here, it looks like, for the moment. Talisman is going to get back into the mech, and Movement is going to go down to a solo charge, but Glacier is going to go down a little bit quick, going to go a little bit too far, and going to go down as Wallach is going to be taken out of the, or taking Ripper out of the fight.
And that's the much-needed momentum you needed from Shikigami. Get this cart around this corner where Glacier was able to hold all of the power and all the positioning. So now really it's just coming down to one final fight for Shikigami to get this pushed all the way through. Wallach will have this Graviton Surge online, but Glacier has so many ultimates online. This is going to be a tough one for Shiki to win.
Grab is going to come out. Shatter as well from Glacier is there. Wallach is going to fall down and early on, as this should just be a nice re-engage, but Glacier is going to fall down thanks to the self-destruct from Talisman. And now they are still going to be forced back, though, at the moment. A lot of damage coming in from Glacier Overwatch for the moment. 35 seconds to go on the attacking phase for Shikigami.
Yeah, once again, Glacier has now found themselves in a great defensive hold position. Will they be able to slam the door in the face of Shikigami when they thought they were going to be able to get all 3 of these points, or will Shiki come up with the goods and get this point delivered?
Nice grab comes in, and a nice charge as well from Glacier, sounding them all up. Wowlix goes down. Muma's going to go off the side of the map, but Paradox goes down with them, and that should just be it with Talisman trying to stall for time on the point. They are going to be taken down with, there's the Shatter coming out from Solo, trying to get back onto the point. Transcendence is going to be there. Shatter comes out from Glacier. That should be the fight done, and that should be the attacking phase from Shikigami over and done with. The overtime bar ticks away, and that is going to be that with Glacier Overwatch holding him on point number 3.
As now Glacier has the win condition set. They got to get 45.54 meters on that point C, which I think is a very good position to be in. We've seen a lot of tails. So we've seen a lot of the time in these GOATS tournaments on King's Row, first point holds, and we've seen where you deliver it or you get at the very end and couldn't get it done. The position where they're in, if they get to the point where they're on point C, that's a really good spot to be in. You don't have to get it all the way to the end. So I think Glacier put themselves in a great spot to push themselves into the next round.
Yeah, it definitely is. Now, we are going to be headed into the attacking phase of Glacier Overwatch. Can they finish it out here and now, or is Shikigami going to force map number 3?
Only time will tell as Shiki's getting ready to set up on their defense. I think this is going to be pivotal for Shiki, is going to be able to take a lot of time off the clock like Glacier was able to. I feel like if Glacier comes in like gangbusters and takes his point like very quickly, it's going to be a big boom, and it's going to be tough to like re-get your reins and come back from that.
Yeah, it definitely is. Now, we are going to be seeing Glacier Overwatch come out of spawn and see if they can solidify their trip to the losers semi-finals. As now, we are going to come through here, and, well, the fight is going to break out as they are going to be coming in. Solo is going to go down early on. River is going to be able to find that pick. And now, this should be Glacier Overwatch just taking this, especially without Solo in the fight. There's no tank to hide behind. They're going to have to regroup and wait for Solo to come back, as they're already going to allow Glacier to get one tick of progress.
I think they're going to try and attempt to get another fight here, and they will, as the rally's going to come out from Graveyard.
Yeah, Rally's going to come out, and they are going to take Glacier out of the fight, which is a huge pick. Muma is going to pop their own Rally, but they're going to go down in the interim during it, as that's just not going to be enough to stabilize as Shikigami come back strong.
Yeah, that's a huge team fight win and great patience coming out from Shikigami. Now they're going to have an opportunity where, because of how long these fights take in GOATs, they're looking at taking just as much time off the clock as Glacier was able to do to them. And they're in a very huge ult advantage coming into this next fight. So they could shave a lot of time off this clock if they play this right.
They really could indeed, but Rivers both grabs are eaten all up. Hungry Hippos go the Divas right now for both of these two teams. Shatters come out from both sides, grabs. Transcendence's sound barriers come through from Shikigami. Now the sound barrier comes in from Glacier Overwatch, trying to hold on to this point, trying to get out of the way here for the moment. Glacier very low at the moment. Still, they have not been able to capture this first point here yet. Ray and Xantho out of mech is just going to make things a little bit more difficult. Glacier all alone for the moment, going to go down and out, and that is going to be the fight yet again, going to Shikigami.
Excuse me. That felt like the most synchronized swimming GOATs I've ever seen. Whereas grabs get eaten at the same time, bombs come at each other at the same time, then the shatters, then the transcendences. It was just all even in sync from both teams. That was absolutely insane. As Shiki's done a great job, man. Out comes a bomb for Talisman. Is it gonna find it? Oh, it could have been huge.
Yeah, it could have been huge, but it doesn't need to be. Solo and Wallix come alive, finding 4 for Shikigami. 1 minute 25 on the board for Glacier Overwatch's attack.
Yeah, and this is exactly what you needed if you're Shiki. Even if Glacier ends up getting this point, you put yourself in such a great position coming into point B that you've laid the groundwork for being able to force a map number 3.
There they go. The shatter comes out from Solo, but no one's fallen down. Muma's going to go down afterwards. Now with the sound barrier coming in from Cooper, as well as the Transcendence from Gorilla. It's down to 50 seconds left on the board, and Glacier's out of the fight yet again. They need to get this reset. They cannot afford to lose anyone else. They do lose Gorilla, and they do have 2 ultimates to go into this fight, those Glacier Overwatch, though.
They do, but Shiki will have 3. This Transcendence is going to counter out this Graviton Searcher. You gotta hope that this Diva Bomb is going to come big from Xanathobic.
As now, they're going to go in for the fight. Rivers Grab's going to get eaten up. Talisman might have just sealed the deal for Shikigami to force a map number 3. And that is with Solo going down, though. There's still a chance for Glacier Overwatch to come back into this. But Xantho's going to get team-macked, and that's just not what you wanted to see. Graveyard pops the rally. This is now the Overhealth coming in. Talisman in the back, taking Xanthobic out of the fight. And that should just be it here, Ray, as they're going to go in. Paradox is taking down Gorilla. We will see you in the next map here, Ray.
Very, very well played from Shikigami. I mean, I talked about on the previous map how Glacier absolutely dominated. Shiki's able to come back and do the same. This is feeling very similar, Joker, to how the last series went between Crazy 88 and Dark Mode. What ended up happening? Dark Mode made the comeback and won map number 3. Is that going to be in the cards for Shikigami? Only time's going to tell as we head into 2 CP for our next map type, but Shikigami's got to be feeling incredibly good about the dominance they displayed on King's Row.
See, I'm still trying to figure out who they're going to be playing, whoever wins, because they haven't reported the score for the TBD versus Redbirds.
TBD 1, so they'll be playing
TBD 1,
Redbirds.
okay.
Yep.
So TBD 1, they just haven't updated it on the roster, or they didn't report the score yet, so we'll get that fully official whenever that happens. But right now, we've got to figure out where we're going for map number 3. What are we going to see on the 2CP game mode? It is going to be Glacier Overwatch's map choice, and then we'll see where Shikigami wants to do. Do they want to attack? Do they want to defend first and foremost?
Only time is going to tell. I'm crossing my fingers for a Hanamura because I've seen Anubis and Volskaya already. So I have not seen Hanamura, and I mean, your background is just ready and begging for a Hanamura. So I don't know if we'll get that, but that's what my heart's hoping for at this point.
So yeah, all I've seen has just been Hanamura before today. So we'll be going to... Still nothing yet. And we've already gotten the ready from Shikigami. So still waiting to see where we're going, though. I mean, they haven't decided that they haven't chose just yet. Glacier's still trying to figure it out. Trying to figure out where they want to do. They do not obviously want to drop another map, or they're going to lose and they're going to be out of the tournament. Again, this is the loser's bracket. So this is a win or go home scenario here, Ray.
Yeah, so a pivotal decision coming out from the side of Glacier, which is why they're taking their utmost time trying to decide that, because, you know, the map could make or break and decide who is going to be headed to that winner semifinals and loser semifinals and have an opportunity to go up against Redbirds to try and make that top 4 and survive into day number 2.
So we've got the choice coming in. It looks like from Glacier Overwatch. We'll talk about it when we get it into the our lovely map pool graphic. But I think, Ray, you've gotten your wish.
Let's go. Hanamura is what it looks like we are going to. So I will have cast the trifecta in this tournament. It feels good being able to cast all 3 of the 2 CP maps, just full on nostalgia, GOATs and 2 CP, as Japan is going to be the destination to determine who moves on to the losers semifinals.
Yeah, as now we are just going to be waiting for the readies to see what's... and then obviously waiting to see if we switch any sides or whatnot here, Ray. Then we will go into the game. But again, right now, obviously Shikigami has this momentum in their favor, especially with how well they played on that defense. On that defense. You've got to like Shikigami's chances here, but again, Glacier Overwatch looked really good on Ilios. So again, it's just a toss-up between these two teams right now.
Could not agree with you more, as we're going to be getting you guys here in shortly, as it's all going to come down to this: who are going to be the champions of the Cherry Blossoms here on Hanamura and punch their ticket to be able to play one more game against Redbirds to try and keep themselves alive in this GOATS tournament. Will it be Glacier Overwatch, which they've been all about the big plays and the cheeky picks, or will it be Shikigami, whose team synergy and teamwork has been shining through ever since we went to King's Row?
Yeah, we will see. We shall see indeed. Again, Glacier Overwatch has been really, really aggressive, and that's kind of bit them in the butt a lot recently, especially on that Kings Row game. So we've got to see a little bit more of a keeping together, I would say. Keep our team a little bit more centralization with this team and keeping not going into the back line of Shikigami without the support from the rest of your squad.
As the doors open up, Shiki on the attack. Man, this choke just brings back so much memories trying to push through here. I mean, this is GOATS, but I have so many memories of pushing through with Symmetra teleporters.
Yeah, there's a lot of people low on Shikigami already here, as they are just Cooper just kind of doing all they really can on the top of that as they are waiting things out. Still, no one being able to push through as still waiting this to push through this area. But still, nothing doing yet. His Glacier's going to go down again. A lot over aggression. You're going to come in and bite Glacier Overwatch in the butt there, Ray, as they do lose solo, but Ripper's going to fall down as well. Should be Shikigami taking the fight.
Yeah, and things get really bad, Joker, because not only do you lose that fight, but you also committed your trans if you're Gorilla on the side of Glacier. So the potential of the snowball only gets that much more stronger, as Glacier's going to have a one last second, and they're going to use Beat? Oh, I don't know about this.
They're going to be using B, and they're going to be using Rally as Muma's going to go down, though. Self-destruct comes in from Xantho to try to keep things going, but it's just not going to be possible. Shikigami look to capture point one in a pretty decisive fashion. 5 minutes and 30 to get second point.
Yeah, as now the race for the snowball comes in for Shikigami. A lot of ultimates in their back pocket, but Ribber could slow things down with this Graviton Surge. Yes, you will have the chance to counter it, but you can stymie a lot of the aggression they're trying to play with by slowing them down and keeping them in place.
As they're going to be pushing up through this room, up through this corridor, as the grab is going to come in from River, as well as the shatter from Solo. No one's going to go down quite just yet, but Talisman out of Max. Shatter out from Glacier, but they're so low as well. This is just not looking good, but hey, they find out Graveyard, but Glacier's going to fall down as well as the mech coming out from Xantho. So there's still a chance for Shikigami to keep pushing forward, but Wallach's very low as well. Gonna be staying alive for the moment, but I think they might have waited too long to get these kill. Respawns are going to come through from Glacier Overwatch, and they're going to come back as good as ever as Solo's going to fall down, and there they go. They get 2 CP'd.
Yeah, as you know, I know all the 2 CPs are extremely hard to take as, you know, an attacker because of the spawn. To me, Hanamura always felt like the hardest one to be able to do. And that's just exemplifying that if you don't get everyone out in a clean sweep and just get all 6 of them, you're not going to be able to cap this point if you're Shikigami.
Yeah, as now they are going to go into the corridor here. The self-destruct coming out from Talisman finds River and Glacier out already. Xantho's going to have to use theirs to get back into the mech, but no one's going to be there to take the damage from that self-destruct. With the grab coming in from Wallix as well. They got to be a little bit more decisive though, because the respawns are going to be coming back from Glacier Overwatch. There's 1 point already on the board though from Shikigami at the moment, with Xantho getting out of mech. Talisman looking for some picks, but not going to be able to find anything quite just yet. Graveyard's going to fall down thanks to the baby diva of Xantho. So still, Glacier Overwatch have this point presence. Are going to be able to keep things going their way, perhaps. River's going to go down. Talisman so low, though, so it's just not going to matter in the end. Glacier Overwatch continue to hold on. Maybe not. Wallix on the point with the Transcendence is doing so much damage to everyone from Glacier Overwatch, but again, you've got to expect the defense to just get so much value, but Wallix is just a one-man wrecking crew with a self-destruct coming in from Xantho, trying to turn the tides to Glacier Overwatch, but nothing's just happening quite just yet as Wallix just keeps finding picks. They just are unstoppable right now, right? They just can't be killed, and they still on point, still getting capture percentage. River's gonna go down to Wallix. Who else? Self-destruct from Talisman over the top, taking down Glacier. Can this finally be the fight that wins them the round? It just doesn't seem to be yet, as there's still now three people left on point. Mooma and Gorilla are going to go down. They've got people to stagger it out, but you've got to be able to find them. There's the grab coming out. River's going to go down. Xantho's going to go down, but the respawn still stacking and stacking. Finally, there's no more respawns to touch, and Shikigami captured the second point.
You know, we always say that Brig is the raid boss, but man, oh man, if it did not feel like for the side of Shikigami that Wallix was the true raid boss on that Zarya, just like you mentioned, could not be killed and was just absolutely eviscerating everyone on the side of Glacier Overwatch. So 2 minutes on the clock for Shikigami, which is big because of the 2 minute drop. So you at least were able to keep the 2 minutes on the clock. So you're feeling very good if you're them. Now, conditions are set. Shikigami, they will be moving on to face, which is interesting because Arrow, the manager for Shiki, is also the manager for Redbird. So they'd be playing each other in the next round. They have that opportunity if they could just stop Glacier from capping both of these points.
Yeah, it definitely is in the cards right now. They've got the momentum all in their favor here, Ray, as they've got to just figure out this defense. Can they do it a little bit better than Glacier Overwatch, or are we going to go to overtime rounds?
Glacier has come through in times when their backs were against the wall. I mean, I think back to Ruins on Ilios, where they were down 99% to like 28%, and they were able to come back and end up winning that point. So if you're Shiki, you cannot afford to relax. This series is nowhere near over.
Yeah, it definitely is. They've got to. Well, it's going to be over, well, when it's over, Ray, and that's just really the only case in point. But right now, Solo kind of low, but hey, both teams are still just waiting to find this first pick, as the Divas dueling it out for this high ground. The Talisman's going to get that Discord Orb and go super low. Solo, and they're taken down immediately. And this is just a perfect opening for Glacier Overwatch here, especially with Talisman going to get DMAC. That's going to be a very first quick capture coming in from Glacier Overwatch, it would seem, unless there's a recontest coming in from Shikigami, with Wallix finding Cooper, finding Mooma. This is just going to be the Wallix show yet again here, Ray. Shikigami just owe everything to their Zarya right now.
I don't think if you realize that, Joker, but not only did he get those 3 there, but he got the 2 opening picks to keep that fight alive. So he got 5 in that fight. That was insane coming out from Wallix, as now they're able to retake control of this choke, and it's going to be extremely tough for Glacier to be able to push back in.
And if you didn't notice, Cooper also, in fact, Ajaxed their beat. They got outed in the match chat there But now they're going to come through as Shatter is available from Glacier. You just kind of have to do it onto Wallach. But the grab's going to come out. Shatter's going to be there. Wallach is going to be so low, but the healing is going to be there for the time being. The self-destruct finds 2 as well. And that is just going to be that yet again. Shikigami are just holding on strong. Wallach is out of the fight, though. So that is huge. Going to not have that high charge that they've been holding on for so long.
Yeah, that's big. Is Wallach will be able to get back regardless, but you get rid of all that charge that they've been able to build up and just melt you with. So that's got to be feeling pretty good. And you're going to have to back up just a little bit and afford them the choke at least, because it's going to take a second for Wallach to get back.
As now, River is going to find Solo out of the fight. There's still obviously a chance to hold on to this. If you're a Shikigami, we've seen it before. Now, can they do so? With the Transcendence coming out and Muma's going to go down, they're going to have to invest Sound Barrier from Cooper to keep things going. Talisman has the self-destruct available, and they can just use it if they want to. The touch has to come through, and they get it. Salami Boys found Cooper out of the fight, and now the grab's going to come out yet again from Wallach. Transcendence is going to be there. Self-destruct out from Xantho, trying to turn the tide of this fight, but they're just going to go down in that Baby Diva form. Trades keep turning all around. Shatter comes out from Glacier, but they're so low they can't push in to Shikigami, and that's just going to be the hold coming in yet again.
Absolutely ridiculous clutch plays coming in from Shikigami. We saw time and time again Wallach. This time it was Paradox getting so many picks on that Zen, coming through with those Discord orbs, and they're able to finish the job. Shikigami also is in a stronghold position with these ults. Look at this, 5 of them coming up as Glacier tried to use everything to get that point.
Shatter comes out, gonna connect to the support line, and Glacier goes down early on. Gorilla there as well, rally out from Graveyard to push into the remaining members of Glacier Overwatch, running for the spawn. This is all so close to being over, Ray. 20 seconds remaining, and Shikigami have booked their ticket to the losers quarterfinals. But can they keep it going here and now? There's the plays coming in. The Talisman looking for an opportunity. Wallach's grab gets eaten up, and Xantho's found Solo out. Self-destruct is there, not gonna find anyone quite just yet. Xantho's out and done out of this fight. This might just be enough. You've got to stay on point, though. It's very close to the end. Glacier's off the side of the map. You take down the Zenyatta of Gorilla. There's so many people still on point. There's 2 people there from Glacier Overwatch. The Transcendence is going to be invested. River trying to turn the fight. They find Graveyard out as Talisman's going to get demeched as well. They might be able to keep things going their way. It's just Solo left, and Solo goes down. Glacier Overwatch have a new lease on life for point number 2.
And they're going to get 3 whole minutes to be able to now come and attack this next point. And now they have the opportunity to snowball here, Joker. They're going to have the bomb. They're going to have the shatter. As Shikigami, they used a lot to try and keep that alive and close the door on this match.
Yeah, they couldn't close the door here with a shatter coming out from Glacier, but it's just not going to be enough. Shatter in response from Solo is just going to help clean up the attacking force of Glacier Overwatch.
As now we're in a position for Shikigami where we're going to have just over 2 minutes on the clock for Glacier to keep their hopes alive in the GOATS tournament. You're going to have a Diva Bomb to throw into this next fight, but all the momentum is now shifting back towards Shikigami, being able to sustain. They're coming up on lots of ultimates to be able to use.
They definitely are. They definitely are indeed here, Ray. Can they keep things going their way? The rotation, they're going to come through from Glacier Overwatch up to this high ground to look to take it away from, obviously, Shikigami. The rally is going to be there from Graveyard, getting that health, getting that armor packs. Is now onto the low ground comes, but now they aren't going to be able to find anything. Wallach's going to be popping that their grab onto the point. River still looking for their grab of their own. Muma pops their rally. Is it going to be enough to stabilize for the moment? But Talisman almost gets taken out. Graveyard goes down and out of this fight, still waiting things out with a sound barrier coming through. Xantho has the self-destruct available. River is going to fall. Self-destruct is out. It's not going to find anyone. Wallach finds 2. The supports are gone. And that is going to be the defense holding strong for Shikigami.
As we now come down to 1 minute left on the clock for Glacier, you're going to get, 2... At best 2 more attempts at this, as you threw everything into that fight. So they have to use this next fight as an opportunity to build up to some of these ultimates and use that as an opportunity on your second attempt to try and get this and keep your hopes alive.
Yeah, it's now Paradox very low. Paradox very low indeed at the moment, but well, gonna be able to heal up for the time being. Xantho gonna be taken out of mech thanks to a nice grab from Wallix, and that is that. Yet again, Glacier and company are still trying to figure it out. Ribber is gonna go down to a right click of their own. 20 seconds to go, and things are looking dire for Glacier Overwatch.
That they are. The question is, are they going to be able to have someone to get in here and touch? I feel like if you're Cooper, you have an opportunity. If you're the Lucio, to touch just with as time is expiring. You have an opportunity with this Shatter and this Transcendence to make something happen, but you can't allow Talisman to get a big bomb.
Oh, and it's just a huge Shatter coming from Solo, setting up the bomb from Talisman, setting up the victory. Shatter coming in from his Glacier, but it's just not going to be enough unless the self-destruct can change the whole tide of this fight, but it's just not going to happen. Shikigami are going to take the map and the series in a 2-1 fashion.
Very impressive coming out from Shikigami. Their teamwork and synergy was on full display throughout this entire series. Wallix on this Zarya was an absolute madman time and time again. And now they move on to the loser semifinals, and they get to participate in the Arrow Invitational.
Yeah, but now they're gonna have to face Custa on. Not Custa, Kuffa. Sorry, Kuffa on no ping. That's going to be hard. Kuffa was a dominant force on ping. He was on OCE ping, and he was still a top contenders tank player. Now he's at ISU. He's got his ping down, and this is going to be so hard to deal with, and not even to mention Aerial 2 and Lethal as well on that tank line. This is going to be a very high hill for Shikigami to climb, but they've got to if they want to keep their GOATS tournaments alive right after this break.
Yo. Cash and the ticket is yours. Cash and the ticket is yours. Yo. Cash and the ticket is yours. Cash and the ticket is yours. Cash and the ticket is yours. Yo. Cash and the ticket is yours.
Or inside here, you get an insight and you know something, but you don't want to say it out loud because you're kind of afraid that it's not going to be really true and it'll spoil the whole thing for you, But when somebody makes you say it, then, and it's true, then it just makes it more beautiful of a thing.
Break down.
everyone? We are ready to go into our next matchup, into the losers quarterfinals. I believe this is what
Semis. No, I guess it's you're right. It is quarter. You're right. It's quarter. My bad.
Losers quarterfinals matchup between Shikigami and Redbird Esports. Redbird taking TBD to map number 3, or I think it was the other way around. TBD taking Redbird to map 3 because Redbird first map. I don't know. What matters really is Redbird is down here in the losers bracket facing off Shikigami, and I mean this Redbird squad is very, very good, and I'm very excited to see it. This is one of the first times we're seeing the new iteration of the ISU Redbirds in the tournament form with all their new players.
Yeah, with that, we'll go ahead and bring you guys up the Shikigami roster. We saw it on stream. We just saw them absolutely have a banger against Glacier. I mean, once again, Solo, Alex, Talisman, Graveyard, Paradoxed, and Salami Boy. And keep in mind, the pictures on there, Wallix was actually playing the Zarya and Talisman was on the Diva. So we saw some incredible plays. Wallix was an absolute monster on that Zarya.
Yeah, but now they're going to have to match up against Lethal and company for the side of Redbird Esports. Kuffa on that tank role. Lethal going to be playing the Zarya, and then obviously Ariel 2 going to be over on the Diva. Then Mamon, Skyla, and Admiral going to be rounding out that support line. It's just such a good team for Redbird Esports. Obviously, this is going to be a really tough task for Shikigami as we are going to be headed to our first map, which is going to be Nepal.
Yeah, that's going to be the set map as we start on round number 4 of the losers bracket side. Keep in mind, this is win or go home. This will be our last match for CGL 1. So the winner's going to be able to make top 4, and they will be in the loser semifinals tomorrow going up against, I mean, they don't know exactly who they'll be going against. We know Crazy 88s is waiting for the winner of 4+4 and Boston's Finest. And for that series, Boston's Finest is currently up 1-0 on 4+4.
Yeah, this Boston's Finest team is going to be kind of really coming out of nowhere. I would have thought 4+4 would have been the one to win this out, but Boston's Finest has been making a sneaky little run here, Ray, in the lowers bracket. Just 2-0ing everyone so far that they've played. As now we are ready. We have the readies from both of these two rosters. We are heading into Nepal on to Shrine.
As again, I mean, so the one thing I will say is we saw the teamwork and synergy for Shikigami, you know, coming through in a very strong way. We know Redbirds probably has the more talent overall, but have they been together long enough and started to gel and gotten that synergy? I mean, we saw how incredibly they were. I mean, they had that great game against Crazy 88s and they went undefeated in their group stage, but they did just recently drop that match to TBD. How is that affecting things? And are they going to be ready to go to dominate and try and look for revenge as they, you know, work their way through the lower bracket?
I mean, obviously you can't really let the loss to TBD get to you. Were projected to be one of the top teams in the tournament. And again, a lot of talent and a lot of veteran leadership on this roster for Redbird Esports. They know how to take a loss and how to get moving forward from it. So we'll see if there's anything holding them down after the loss, or are they just going to keep things going and play their game how they want to play their game. So we're about to load into the game here as quick as we can. Lethal still needs to pick his character, though. There it is.
Yeah, starting out on Shrine for this map on Nepal, it's going to be a lot of things happening in such a small, close, confined area. So I'm very excited to see how this is going to work. Positioning is going to be at a premium.
It really is. Lethal's going to go down early on. Kuffa's going to get a traded back. Graveyard's going to fall down and out, and that should just be the fight won already with Solo falling down to Admiral's back smack. And they are going to be looking to get some these late stagger kills, especially onto Wallix, who's already so high charged, but he's going to get that healing pack and stays alive. But Redbird are going to be taking this first point.
Yeah, and they're just going to cap it right now, and they're down Aria, so Shikigami has a chance to be able to push in here and win this fight as Kaffa's kind of stuck in the corner.
Yeah, they are currently stuck in the corner, still kind of low, but they are going to get the healing pack from Mamone to stay alive for the moment, and Lethal's going to be able to take Solo out. Mamone's still trying to stay alive, going to be getting that healing up, and things are going their way. Again, Graveyard's going to fall down, and now they can collapse onto the remaining members of Shikigami as Redbird Esports keep pushing them back.
As Redbirds is making this look clinical with their positioning and knowing when to rotate, as the trans is now going to get forced out.
Ooh, Lethal's grab is going to get eaten up, though, so this is a nice play, especially with Aerial 2 very much separated from the team at the moment. Skyla falling down, self-destruct gonna come out, not gonna find anyone. Shatter comes through on to a couple from Kuffa. The trades are gonna be coming back, even though it looked a little bit dangerous for Redbird at the moment. They're still holding it out here, and it got a lot of damage coming in with Mamone popping the rally as well. Graveyard using theirs here as they're gonna be dashing away and dashing back to point.
And their spawner should come in just in time to be able to take a full 6v6 on this next point. And basically, Skyla could use this this Transcendence however they want, because they already got Wallex's grab out.
Yeah, they have, and Lethal's grab's gonna get eaten yet again by Talisman. They found Mamone out now as well, with the sound barrier gonna be used by Salami Boy to try to keep things going in the way of Shikigami. They've got to win this fight out. It's up to 87% and counting here, as Lethal is going to find a Graveyard out here. They gotta be getting the DMAC, but Lethal's found another pick in the fight, as this should just be enough, with Kuffa just charging through the enemy team. Shatter gonna come in, not gonna connect to anyone, but that's just fine as the overtime bar ticking away. Redbird take round number 1.
As that was perfectly played. I mean, just Redbirds absolutely dominating. They played that very well. They knew when to get aggressive and when to make their big plays, and they knew exactly when they needed to back up and go wait for their reinforcements, and at the right time, to where like they know, like if we just retreat right now, we're gonna get our 6 back in time to be able to recontest this fight against Shikigami, and they just played that so well. And even their mini rotations around the statue and the shrine itself was just really well played from Redbirds. For Shikigami, I mean, you took that one to the face a little bit, but you have this opportunity, make some adjustments, and you can come back. I mean, they did a good job of eating those lethal grabs. They just need to capitalize on it a little bit better.
Yeah, definitely. As they're going to be clashing it out up on top here. A lot of people already low from Shikigami, and a nice charge comes in from Kuffa, taking Solo out and focusing them down. That should just be the fight won, as they're just going to be going full aggro mode onto the enemy team of Shikigami, taking out Talisman, as that is going to be the that's going to be done, and there's going to be the point captured out by Admiral.
Yeah, as the skill and just absolute dominance and team play. Redbirds are, I mean, they definitely look like they've been playing together for a very long time. They are all looking like they are on the same page.
Yeah, as now Kuffa's gonna find another pick, and Shatter just drops on the Graveyard's head, taking them down, just swinging. The Australian man just going wild for Redbirds right now.
Absolutely insane, dominating Reinhardt effort coming out from Kuffa. And they're just playing this high ground beautifully, because they know that that's the goal of Shikigami, is to try and take this high ground, to have their agency to be able to drop when they want. So now Redbirds are going to counter rotate and catch them.
Yeah, as they're going to come in. There's the grab out from Lethal. This Transcendence from Paradox is there as well. A nice boop coming, trying to take Kuffa back into the enemy squad, but nothing's just been found out quite just yet. Shatter comes out onto Lethal, takes him down, and that is going to be a nice opening for Shikigami, but can they chain it back? Kuffa's already got a Shatter yet again. It's going to come down, drop him down, and they are going to be able to keep things going. Kuffa takes Graveyard out of the fight. Skyla's finished out, but it still seems like Kuffa's just has a free range to run wild, as they keep getting pick after pick. Is the charge coming in? Not going to be able to take them down, and that's probably going to be Kuffa paying for it with their life, but it's up to 71 and counting for Redbird Esports.
Yeah, that was a great boot coming out from Salami Boy, not allowing Kuffa to get the charge on to their Zenyatta. Now Shikigami has a chance to push in here, 80%. Final fight. They got to make something happen.
Yeah, Lethal was trying to get focused down there, but still going to be able to just kite around it for the moment. Now the re-engage is going to be looking to come in from Redbird as Aerial 2 is going to get demacked, though. Lethal's found Paradox out of the fight, though, so it still just might be enough for Redbird to keep things going. Lethal's just so high charged, finding so much damage onto the enemy squad of Shikigami, finding another pick. Wallix goes down. The self-destruct from Talisman trying to change anything, but that's just not going to be the case. Overtime ticks away. Redbird take map number 1.
As that was an absolutely dominating effort coming out from the side of Redbird Esports. It just felt like every single one of their players had that matchup advantage and were just taking, full advantage of it and just running away with that first map victory. Shikigami's going to have to make a lot of adjustments heading into map number 2 if they want to come back in the series.
They really will. They really will indeed. But right now, I mean, it's just the Kuffa and Lethal story right now for Redbird Esports. I mean, they've just been able to do so much work. I mean, we saw that Lethal, his grabs just get eaten up a little bit, but it wasn't needed because they could just find that true aim. Lethal, obviously known as a DPS player, but again, this is what they were forced to play during the GOATS era, and I mean, that aim, the tracking just helps the transitions from DPS to Zarya so well.
Yeah, so for everyone watching on CGL, one quick little update for you guys on CGL 2. Boston's Finest was able to take that matchup against 4+4 2-0, and they'll be moving on to face the Crazy 88s in the losers quarterfinals. So, I mean, we saw in group stage, Crazy 88s had a very close, intense matchup against Redbirds, who are currently leading this series. It was a 2-1, very close. So, Crazy 88s are hoping to see Redbirds again and hoping to be able to extract their revenge. So, got a little storylines playing along as this tournament continues to develop.
Yeah, I mean, Boston's Finest has been putting on a show in the losers bracket, going 2-0 Overwatch throughout those rounds, through the first 3 rounds of that losers bracket. Well, let's get back to our match, though. You have Kings Row being the choice here, but again, I mean, this is very reminiscent, I would feel, of the last matchup we saw with Shikigami versus Glacier Overwatch, with not as dominant map win from the Great Glacier Overwatch, as Redbird was just kind of completely dominant on that first map. But Shikigami turned it around on this map here, and if they can do so yet again, this would be huge for their momentum.
Yeah, as Redbirds elected to play the defense once again, feeling extremely confident. I mean, they should, after that first map, hoping to, just get this first point hold and wrap things up quickly. Shikigami, again, we like you talked about, they turned it around on this map, and it was like big plays coming from Diva Bombs from Talisman. So hopefully they're able to find that once again, because being able to break through this first point we've talked about, it relies on you finding a pick very quickly.
That definitely is. Now we are going to see the rotation come in from Shikigami into the hotel for the moment, but they've lost Salami Boy already. This is just not what you really wanted to see, and now Aerial 2 is just going to go into the backline, just take down Paradox by themselves, and that's just going to be a fight won already. Wallix is high charged, but that's just not going to matter because Aerial 2 is just going to be able to find that backsmack, take them down.
Yeah, very, very well played from Redbirds to catch Salami Boy out like that, especially when you're trying to rotate through these rooms and find good positioning. If you're Shikigami, Lucio going down early is not ideal, so they're going to have to be very careful, as Redbirds are just looking to push every time Shikigami looks to make any kind of a rotation.
Yeah, now as the rotation is going to come in from Shikigami, but it's matched right quickly by Redbird and Kuffa with a charge onto Solo, separating them out, taking them down, and that is just going to be a forced reset coming in from Shikigami.
As over a minute's already ticked off the clock. No ultimates had to be used from Redbirds either to win these 2 fights extremely cleanly, so they're going to be able to have a full chest load of ultimates. It's going to be about that rotation. We saw that's how Dark Mode was able to dominate the Crazy 88s on this map, was very good ult rotation.
That definitely is. Now The play is going to come out. Kuffa looking for the plays, but there's the grab coming in from Wallix as well. Lethal going to be popping their own. Aerial 2 had invested that self-destruct in Talisman's mech. Not going to be in the fight any longer. The shatters there as well from Kuffa, helping round out that fight as Lethal getting all this damage. Mamone coming out on top as well.
Unfortunately, that was 5 ultimates. The one thing you can take away is you forced Shikigami to use 4. So you're in a situation where you're facing down Diva Bomb, and then you have dueling sound barriers. So you just have to make sure that you do what you can to avoid and mitigate this bomb. There it is.
Yeah, self-destruct going to come in, but it's just not going to find anything just yet. Sound barrier coming in from Admiral as well to get that healing, get that aggression back into their favor. But Kuffa's going to be felled out first and foremost in this fight. So that's a nice play coming in. That's just going to be a Shikigami now taking Mamone and taking the space away from the rest of Redbird at the moment. But there's definitely a chance for a recontest.
Yeah, as Redbirds are just playing this smart, backing up, waiting for their reinforcements, they'll be able to re-engage with this Graviton Surge, and Shikigami has nothing to be able to deal with it.
Yeah, and Aerial 2 is going to be taken and paradoxed out. That's just textbook goats right there. Taking the Zen out before you use your that Graviton Surge. Shatter did come out from Solo, but it's just not going to be enough. Rally's going to be there from Graveyard. But again, it's just not enough. 55 seconds and counting, and there's just so much damage still coming out from this Redbird squad.
Yeah, there is a window of opportunity Shikigami is going to have. You're going to have this grab, and you're going to have a rally, but that can be really tough to be able to use to counter it. You got to get it and use this before Admiral builds up to the sound barrier.
Maybe even Skyla. Skyla's already up to 80% when they were at around 60. There's going to be the rally coming in from Mamone early on. There's the bait coming in from Admiral to stop any aggression coming out. Shatter going to drop down Solo for the moment. There's going to be the Transcendence out from Paradox trying to keep up their Reinhardt, and they do so. Admiral goes down. Self-destruct is out. The trades are going to be there. Who's going to come out on top? Kuffa just continuously charging around the point, taking Wallix out. Shatter is there from Solo, but it's just doesn't have the follow-up from the rest of Shikigami, as Paradox is going to be making the swap over to the Ana. The Shatter going to be finding enough players. Kuffa just continuously going crazy for Redbird here, right, as they've completed the full hold on point number 1.
As Redbirds now has this opportunity, they need 82.9% on this first point, and they will be headed to the losers semifinals, looking to take on a rematch against. It might be Crazy 88s, but they also could be going up against the new sleeper contenders, Boston's Finest, in this losers bracket.
We will definitely find out in a few short moments here. Obviously, there has to be the hold of a lifetime coming in from Shikigami, and we saw it on their, I believe we saw it on their defense from their previous series. I mean, it's still definitely possible, but again, you've got to be able to deal with this aggression that Kuffa can just bring out, and it's not even just over aggression. It's tempered aggression. You're able to see, if you watch Kuffa just play the entire match, goes aggressive when he can, and it's just not into the back line with Pin just being on cooldown. The pins have been precise, and the pins have been perfect.
I couldn't agree with you more. Kuffa has definitely been winning the pin battle against Solo in this series. As we take a look again, Shikigami has to do all they can. It's going to be one crazy of a hold. We saw Redbirds do it themselves, so you know that is on the table. But you cannot allow Redbirds to just come in here and get a pick early.
Definitely not. Definitely not. Lethal's already up to 75% charge in the first fight. It's just generally insane as Solo's out of position. Gonna be taken down there. That just might be it. If one more pick goes the way of Redbird, this should be the round going in the way of Redbird. Aerial 2's found Paradox. Wallix finds a pick, but they go down, and in the end, I think that's just about it. There is still a chance for a recontest, but Lethal is going to try to do as much as they can to stop them from touching There it goes. The boop comes in from Admiral, stopping any ingression onto the point from Shikigami. Redbird take the map and the series in a 2-0 fashion.
Insane. Redbirds just showing, their names aren't for nothing. They have the talent to back it up, and they have been working hard, getting ready for this next season of Collegiate. They're all at ISU together. No Kuffa on ping, and we just saw how dominant. You talked about it. This dude was a beast in Contenders on Australia ping. Now you bring him here to NA at college where he doesn't have to deal with that, and he dominated.
Yeah, he's just looking really good, really good. I'm excited for that collegiate scene coming in, but I'm also excited for tomorrow, where we see the top 4 teams come in and compete for that share of the $1,000 in the NA region. We are still live on CGL too, so stick around. We are going to be raiding that channel right after we end here. So thank you all for watching. This has been me, Joker's Ransom, him to Tryhard Ray. Our huge shout out to our production in Hippie, MI Blizzard, and Lottie. Thank you all for watching, and wherever you are in the world, have a wonderful rest of your day.
Later.